9 a.m. sharp. Woo! So, the survivors woo, have come back. Nice to see you all today. So we're starting today with our second keynote, and I'm extremely happy to welcome here Annika Koenig, who is interim professor of social and cultural anthropology at Freie Universität Berlin. And as you will also see in her today's speech, her work brings together perspectives from medical anthropology, science, technology studies, and gender studies. And she will talk today about something that we touched upon yesterday already, surrogacy. So that was one of the debates that we were having yesterday after one of the panels. And she will talk about reproductive entanglements. Annika? Your floor is yours.
Well, thank you so much. Can you hear me? Yes. Oops, I need to get my notes. Well, thank you so much for coming on this early morning. I really appreciate it. I know it's hard. Also, if during the talk, if you have any questions directly related to the talk, I also don't mind if you just ask, because sometimes that's easier. So also thank you so much to the organizers for inviting me. I'm really glad I can be here in this wonderful museum with these wonderful people, so thanks a lot. So I would like to start with something that we've talked about so much yesterday, but I still wanted to sort of take this as sort of the link to yesterday's talks. The fact that, of course, reproduction is utterly political. And we've talked about this. I don't have to explain. You're all aware of it. It's probably why you're here even. And I just wanted to sort of bring together these different aspects of reproduction being political. So on the one hand, you see this image of like a newspaper article on the pronatalism of Elon Musk, and these ideas also of which kinds of populations are supported or are sort of encouraged to reproduce. And then at the same time, we have this example from Poland. We heard about it yesterday. And then I also wanted to mention two more examples, and one of those two examples will also be a part of my talk, or will be at the center of my talk. So also the targeting of reproductive capacities of people in the context of war, for example, or also in the context of genocide, where it's not only about sort of harming a population or harming a certain community in a particular situation, but especially when this is about reproduction, this of course also really harms or even prevents the future of these people. So it has like a very, very strong impact, not only on the now, but also on the future. Yeah, of course, we're here, like we look at the Russian embassy and we have the Ukrainian flag in front of the building. So, of course, that is something that, especially since geographically it's also very close, that is, of course, something that I'm sure everybody here is very aware of. But I also wanted to very briefly refer to the current case of Israel and Gaza, where also maternity hospitals and other reproductive infrastructures are deliberately and strategically targeted. And I just wanted us to also remember this a little bit right now, that there are so many places in the world right now that while we are sitting here in, in a dry place and in peace, and we have food and drinks and stuff, that we should also keep in mind that this is actually not true, especially with respect to reproduction around the world in many places. So, starting with this rather dark note, I just wanted to give you a very brief background on my research. So I've been doing research on surrogacy since, and now I feel very old, 2013. I did research in Indonesia beforehand, but I've increasingly felt uncomfortable with this like classical anthropological white Western anthropologist going to a little village in Indonesia, and I really, like in my postdoc, I very much changed my focus, and this is like what I started working on, surrogacy, and my idea was I really wanted to look at how people living in Germany who go to commission surrogacy abroad, how that sort of links to global inequalities and to these infrastructures and the connection between people, but also on the different levels, like we have this like global level, but also of course the individual level, like what are the effects of these kinds of things and what are the experiences of the people involved. And as you or many of you probably know, anthropologists are often very uncomfortable studying up. So it's usually much easier to work with people who are disenfranchised, and we sort of feel, you know, a lot of compassion, so it's a bit difficult to work with rich and privileged people. So that's what I did. But of course, that's what I thought what I did, but in the end it was all different, as again, that's always what happens in anthropology. The world is very different from how we usually imagine it beforehand, which is also the beauty of it, I would say. So what did I do? I took German and Swiss intended parents as a starting point and tried to follow them around the world. And it took like a really long time until I even found someone who was willing to talk to me, because at that time it was still so stigmatized, and most people were extremely worried that if they spoke to me and if someone found out that they had their child through surrogacy, that they could perhaps also lose custody of their child. So it was a very tricky topic to work on. But I found, like after more, probably hundreds of emails and like half a year at least, I found a couple that was willing to talk to me, and then from there, it somehow, then it sort of just started. So what I did was, until now, I still do this research. It's longitudinal research or long-term research. So like people I've included, sort of the different groups of people became more and more and more. So I started with intended parents, then I went to the US and interviewed surrogates, and I also talked to people from agencies, lawyers, fertility doctors, also advocacy groups, both sides, like those who are for surrogacy, who are against it. Then consular officers who are very often confronted with these cases in the German consulate or in the German embassy. And then also in Germany, registrars who sort of get those documents. And I don't know, sort of in contrast to the Italian case, or at least how you presented it yesterday, most German registrars are very aware of this option of surrogacy with heterosexual couples too. So once they get like documents from like a foreign birth in Ukraine or in Mexico, they become very alert, and then they can ask for additional documentation. And of course, some say like, oh, I don't want even to deal with it, I'll just ignore it. And I have a couple in my research who just sort of sailed through, but many will be asked to provide additional documentation. And even like in the German form, where you have to announce like a birth abroad, it now has a little box you have to tick where they ask whether this was a surrogacy or not. And if you tick no, but it was actually a surrogacy, then you will be in trouble in the long term. So, you know, registrars are very aware of this, so it's very difficult to just sail through. Adoption officers who are also often involved, especially in the case of surrogacy in Ukraine, because if a child is born through surrogacy in Ukraine, even though the parents get a Ukrainian birth certificate with both parents' names on it, it will not be accepted in Germany. So usually the intended mother has to adopt the child. So these people are also very much involved. More recently, and I talked to a few of you yesterday about this, I've started working with children born through surrogacy, but because I only work with adults, I find it sort of research-wise or like research ethics, I find it really problematic to talk to underage children. I'm not trained for it. I'm also worried that they will be sort of feel obliged to talk to me because they want to please their parents. So I've decided to only talk to adults, and I've only started doing that recently because it was so difficult to find people. So, but now I have quite a few adult children through surrogacy, many of whom are in their 40s now, late 30s or 40s. But I'm not going to talk about that today, maybe next time. because otherwise you won't be able to go home today. It will take so long. So what did I do? I did like hours and hundreds of hours of interviews, participant observation in clinics and agencies and so on. Quite a few people have agreed to write diaries for me or share their diaries with me. Then I have lots of documents like birth certificates and contracts and so on. Of course, photographs, media reports, court cases, social media, and so on. So you can imagine, like it's so much data after 13 years, and it's still, I'm still looking for someone who sorts it on my computer. So the countries I've done sort of empirical research and participant observation, like face-to-face, were Germany, Switzerland, USA, and Ukraine, but also, especially in the context, of course, of the COVID pandemic, but also because of my own care obligations, also because of funding problems. I've also done quite a bit of online research. In Mexico, one of our student assistants went to Mexico for another reason and also did a few interviews for me, Colombia, Cyprus, Georgia, and so on. So there's quite a few countries covered in my research. And I'm happy to share more if you are interested. So just to give you a very, very brief background on why is transnational surrogacy so important in Germany. So in Germany, it's not possible to do surrogacy in any form. It's strictly prohibited by 2 laws. And one of those laws is the Embryo Protection Act, which prohibits all medical procedures or to perform medical procedures that lead to surrogacy. And it can be punished with up to 3 years in prison, and the doctor will lose their medical license. So, oops, sorry, too many screens. So medical doctors will simply not do it. It's too dangerous for them because it can endanger their career, and they will never be able to practice medicine in Germany again. The other one is the Adoption Placement Act, which prohibits the brokering of surrogacy, so brokering, advertising, and so on. But, and this is really, really important for the German case, both laws explicitly do not punish intended parents or surrogates. So what this means is, of course, that people who commission surrogacy abroad are not punished and they can bring the child back. Whether they can keep custody is a different story, but so far all courts in Germany have decided with a focus on the best interest of the child, and there's no indication that this will change. So this means also different to the Italian case, if a child has been living in this family, then unless there is that the youth services feel that there are some sort of problems, otherwise they will never remove the child from the family because they always put the well-being of the child first. So what happens is Germans circumvent these regulations by going abroad, and of course where they go, which kinds of programs they access, really depends on their financial resources, and also on other kinds of resources, their language skills, and so on and so on. So if you look at these different programs, so the US, especially California, is sort of at the absolute top of the, that's the top gold standard destination, because it's legally very easy. A child born in California will have an American passport, will be can just travel to Germany, and parentage is it has to be confirmed by a court order, and since 2014 these court orders have to be accepted in Germany. So it's that's the gold standard, but that costs today or nowadays it costs up to $200,000 US. So between 150,000 and 200,000 more or less. So of course that's something many people cannot afford. So Ukraine is a place where more people go who have who are still, they can access financial resources, but in Ukraine you can usually do a surrogacy for 40 to 50,000 euros. So of course it's more accessible financially, and then it's also for some for many intended parents it's attractive. It's not so far away. It's easy to fly there. Also, many intended parents feel that it's sort of culturally not so different. So this was something that, for example, with India, where many intended parents sort of had difficulties because they felt it's so different from them, so they feel it's closer, it's more European, and so on. So Ukraine has become like a very important destination for German intended parents, and it's become so big after India closed surrogacy first for gay parents, but then for all international parents. So it's like you can really see it how Ukraine became really big after India banned surrogacy for international parents. So what I'm basing my work on is a concept you all know, this concept of repro hubs that has been coined by Marsha Inhorn. And this is so I just need to close this because otherwise I won't remember. So this is a map which has some of the repro hubs for surrogacy on it. So I'm not going to go into detail because you know, these are all different countries where many people go, but just to give you an idea which places are some of the destinations where intended parents go. And the concept of repro hubs, what it means is that it's like places where several things come together. So the availability of reproductive workers, so that surrogates, egg donors, and so on, then like a medical system that can actually perform these kinds of procedures and labs. Then usually it's also like a question of infrastructure so that people can easily travel there. People will not go there if they cannot get there easily. Then language is a really important thing, so that at least there's people who speak English, or that there is there are interpreters who can support them, and so on and so on. So repro hubs are these places where these services, like reproductive services, concentrate in particular places, and these are the repro hubs specifically specializing in surrogacy. But we noticed that even before the COVID pandemic, because of the whole legal scene, internationally changes very quickly. So surrogacy is prohibited in one place, then the whole industry sort of moves elsewhere. So we have this very sort of legal patchwork which keeps changing, and then also, of course, financially there are changes. So this is a concept I developed together with Heather Jacobson from the University of Texas at Arlington. And we noticed that these surrogacy services or surrogacy programs are increasingly fragmented. So perhaps the egg donation is from one country, then surrogacy takes place in another country, or the implantation of the embryo, then the child is maybe born in a third country where it directly, where it's easier than to get a visa or paperwork done, and so on and so on. So many of these surrogacy arrangements now are not taking place in one single surrogacy hub anymore, but they're actually fragmented and they're hybrid. So this was an observation we made even before the COVID pandemic, but during the COVID pandemic, this of course became even bigger, because people started sending gametes and cryopreserved embryos and stuff, so people wouldn't even travel so much anymore, but the technology, the substances, and the knowledge and everything would travel much more. So based on repro hubs, which of course still exist, we developed the concept of repro webs, and we, as you can see, I have this image of the spider web there, we sort of based that on the very unique facilities of spiders' webs. They are elastic, they don't tear so quickly, and they adapt to the environment. So if there's a new branch or the branch falls off, the spider is able to sort of adjust and sort of fix it, and then it changes its shape. So this is what we used as the image for these repro webs, because we saw that the industry is really changing very quickly and adapting really well to changing circumstances, and they always find ways around. So what these repro webs do is that they cover these problems of increased size and scope of the reproductive industry, the hybridization and fragmentation, the mobility and connectedness, also the tightening and extension depending on different legal regulations, and they really they adapt to change very well. So I just wanted to sort of briefly sort of drop that in here and keep that in mind for the rest of the talk. So now I want to come to my example, which I've been asked to present here. And this, this is the case of Germans going to Ukraine. As I said, it's one of the main destinations for Germans. And also, if you look at surrogacy in Ukraine, Germans are one of the largest groups of clients of the Ukrainian surrogacy industry. So one important thing is that in Ukraine, intended parents legally become the child's parents with the child's, right away with the child's birth. So the child does not have Ukrainian citizenship, because in Ukraine, citizenship is transferred through the parents and not like in the US through birth on the territory. So the German parents right away become the child's parents. But in Ukraine, parentage is not it's not established through a court order in surrogacy, but just through entering the parents into the birth registry. And this is the major problem of these cheaper destinations, that even though it looks very attractive at the beginning, the problem is that when parents try to get identity papers for the child, the German embassy will say, no, this child is Ukrainian because it was born to a Ukrainian mother. Ukraine says, no, the child is German because it was born to German parents. So there we have a major problem, because these children are basically stateless. So what people have to do, the German fathers, because it's only open to heterosexual couples, have to acknowledge paternity, and then through the fathers, the children get German citizenship, they get a German passport, and then they can travel to Germany. In Germany, the mother has to adopt the child as a stepchild. And that is something, even if in practice it doesn't make a big difference, but for many intended mothers, they really struggle with this, because they say, I have to adopt my own child, and we all know the figure of the stepmother. So that is something many find really problematic or really difficult to cope with. So here, as I said, it costs 40 to 60,000, and it's a very it's a very popular destination for Germans. And also in the embassy, when I talk to the consular officer who has to do the paperwork, he hates surrogacy. He thinks it's terrible, but he doesn't really have a choice, because as soon as they follow the the necessary procedure, as soon as the father acknowledges paternity, in many cases he is the genetic father, but even if not, in Germany, paternity, we heard an example of that yesterday as well. In Germany, paternity is not genetic. In Germany, paternity is established through either being married to the person who gives birth, or through acknowledging paternity. And it's not genetic at all, it's just social. So in that case, as soon as the father acknowledges paternity, then the procedure is followed correctly. The consular officer has to issue the papers, and he really hated it. He thought it was ethically very wrong, and he was very upset. But at the same time, he said, this is a routine thing now. So we have he had this huge pile of paperwork on his table, and it was just surrogacies. So coming back to the case of Ukraine, of course, like elsewhere in the world, a lot of this was severely disrupted during the COVID pandemic. So people couldn't travel anymore, they couldn't they couldn't pick up the children, or they were stuck in places and they couldn't go back home. So of course Ukraine was also very much affected by this, and some of you may remember these news reports where, quite similar to when Russia invaded Ukraine, these images of these rows and rows of cribs where children were stuck and parents couldn't pick them up. So the Ukrainian surrogacy industry was, like elsewhere, severely hit by this. And if you look at newspaper reports, when travel restrictions were introduced, there were at least several hundred children either already born, or people were pregnant with these children and awaiting to be picked up. And some children were stuck there for months and months and months. So this was a really, really big blow in early 2020, but after that Ukraine resumed operations really quickly and also, I would say, probably quicker than some other destinations. And I think this is also connected to the fact that Ukraine almost exclusively caters to international clients. So if you go to the US, for example, then it's a mix of international clients and domestic clients. In the UK, it's only domestic clients, but Ukraine really focuses on international clients or parents. So of course, they had to, after the pandemic, it had to be sort of revived in order for them to be able to go on with business. So this was the situation when sort of it became clear that Russia was about to invade Ukraine. So, and this is taken from an article I've written. I've also linked it in the end of the presentation. If you're interested, you can read it in more detail. So this was like I got an email or like a direct message a day before Russia invaded Ukraine. And the message said, "Dear Mrs. Koenig, you probably know how dramatic the situation is here in Ukraine, which is why we have now organized a bunker for all the parents and children in Kiev and carried out the exercises. Warm greetings of peace from Kiev." And then it had a link in the message where I could watch a video. And these are screenshots from the video. So what the screenshots show, these are staff from the agency and the clinic, and also surrogates who are entering the bunker. Then the image at the top is they show all the shelves with diapers and baby food, and also like other canned goods and so on for the adults living there. Then there's another image of one of the agency or clinic staff with one of the babies who had already been born, and in the bottom it's one of the agency staff who shows us around, so we can actually follow her through the bunker, and she shows us around. So this is the message I got. This is the video they attached, and then the text. In the video was like, the clinic is ready to protect the surrogate mothers, the clients and their newborn children, even if armed aggression against Ukraine begins tomorrow, which actually was the case. And then he's like he's not the CEO, but he's like one sort of the upper people in the agency. And he continued, "You see that children will feel comfortable here. There's everything you need. We won't promise our clients that there will be VIP services here in our bunker, no, but we promise and guarantee that in case there will be acts of war in the city of Kiev, you and your children will be safe." And somehow, ironically, the next day, Russia invaded Ukraine. So, interestingly, even though in the video he said even if they will invade Ukraine tomorrow, in fact, most of the agency people and also most of the surrogates in Ukraine did not expect Russia to really invade Ukraine. Many people later said that, somehow, we felt this threat, but we thought this was going to stay a threat. So still they were, even though the bunker was there, they were taken by surprise. And there were also quite a few surrogates who did not go to the bunker, and they were also really taken by surprise. So I've interviewed one parent couple who were there because they were really worried, and they expected Russia to invade Ukraine. So they traveled there earlier than originally planned, and then Russia attacked, and they went to the basement, and the surrogate refused. So the pregnant surrogate, her husband and her children and the rest of her family were upstairs in the flat, and the intended parents were downstairs in the bunker, and they said they really wanted the surrogate to come, and the surrogate said, "No, I'm not interested." So they knew the pregnant surrogate, she was due a few weeks later, was upstairs in the same building, and they were in the bottom. So just to sort of give you a little idea how some of these practicalities in addition to the bunkers. Then another problem, of course, was, and that example illustrates it quite well, like what I also put in the title of this talk, these entanglements between the different people. Because the surrogates did not only have to think about the babies they were carrying, but they also had to think about their own families. Of course, many of them also felt obliged to the intended parents. So these surrogates were really stuck in the middle of these very complex entanglements. But, and I think this is really, really important to also mention, is that at least from Germany, and I'm sure also the international media, at least what I read there too, it was very simple. The story was these intended parents are very powerful, the surrogates are forced to do things they don't want to do because they are carrying their children and they will not be able to look after their own families. And the little example I gave you shows how it was much more complex. So in fact, there were a lot of surrogates who refused to do what they were asked to do, whether by the intended parents or the agencies. So that they, for example, said, we want to stay with our families, we don't want to go to the bunker, we don't want to go elsewhere in Ukraine to be safer, we want to stay in our homes, and so on. So I think this is also really important to keep in mind that, again, I think that's a contribution we can make as anthropologists. It was not that easy. So they had to, they were all caught up in these entanglements with each other. So if staying in Ukraine, that meant that they would of course be objected to the dangers of war, but they could stay with their male family members who very quickly were not allowed anymore to leave the country because they had to go to the army. But, like another thing was that if they would give birth in Ukraine, if they stayed, the intended parents would right away become the child's parents. So she would sort of be able to sort of transfer the responsibility for the child to the parents. At the same time, if they would decide to leave Ukraine, they and their families would be safe because many, many intended parents actually offered that they could come to, for example, Germany or other European countries, that they could not only come alone, which was also a misrepresentation in the media. A lot of the families I work with offered their surrogates to bring their extended families and pay for everything, and they could stay with them as long as I wanted. They could have brought several family members with them, so they would be safe, but they would have had to leave behind their male family members, at least the adult ones. And of course the children would be born in legal uncertainty. For many of the surrogates, that didn't really make a difference. For the agencies, this was not a good solution because that would mean that the parents would not be the parents. But for many of the intended parents, in fact, they didn't care. They said, we just want them to be safe. We can look after the admin stuff later. So this is also something that is quite different from how many representations of parents are in reports and in the media, because many of the parents I work with are actually very invested in the well-being of the surrogates, which does not mean this is always the case, but it's also not that they just see the surrogates as a vessel or as vessels who just carry their child and they don't care. So it was like a very, very complex, again, entanglement. But in this particular situation, the main problem was if the surrogate left Ukraine, the whole situation of parentage, who are the parents, who is responsible for the child, would become very difficult. So I will now just present two cases from my research just to show you a little bit how complex it was. So this was a German intended mother who I interviewed before her child was born in Ukraine and after. So when I talked to her before, this was when the surrogate was pregnant, Russia had invaded Ukraine, she was in Germany, and she freaked out. And they were just sort of negotiating with the surrogate what to do. And she said, the agency said very clearly that they can take her out of Kiev if this is what she wants. But she doesn't want this. They will, in the end, it is her who decides anyway, right? Well, I have to say that for us, that was very, very difficult. Because and that is the biggest problem with the whole thing anyway, that we cannot do anything. I understand her and I can't even put myself in her position, what it's like to be with a child. And ethically and morally, I'm of course absolutely of the opinion that this should be her decision alone. But for us it is of course, I would probably, I don't know what it would be like if we were there. But from our perspective here from Europe, I have to say I would have preferred if she had left. So they were sitting there was war, she was in Ukraine, she said, I'm not leaving. And they had offered her to come and stay with them and so on and bring her family. So then I talked to her after the child was born. They actually did travel to Ukraine, they entered the country, like they traveled right into the war. Then they picked up the child, and what the surrogate did was that the surrogate, as soon as she had given birth, she left back to her village because she wanted to be with her family. But in the war, of course, like the whole infrastructure, the phone infrastructure, also the roads, so much was destroyed, so they couldn't reach her anymore. And then this intended mother, and of course the names are pseudonyms, said, unfortunately, this is turning into a nightmare for us. So at the time she was in Ukraine, we talked when she was in Ukraine. After it took us over a week to get the Ukrainian birth certificate due to tightening of regulations, it now looks like we have no chance of getting passports. The problem is that the German embassy requires a video call with a surrogate during the embassy appointment. However, our surrogate mother is currently back home, and due to the war situation, she has no internet. At most, poor telephone reception or cannot be reached. In addition, the embassy can currently only be reached by email. They won't give out their phone number, and they are probably on holiday until after Easter. German bureaucracy. We were told there are no more appointments. No help is to be expected from this side. So in the end, what this family did is that they, like in this whole super chaotic situation, they just took the child and they just crossed the border without any papers. But you can imagine that afterwards in Germany, this became like a very tricky issue. So we can talk a little bit more about this later. I have a second example from my research, and this is a Korean intended mother who, I don't even know how I found her, but I thought this was also a great example because she actually, the Korean government issued a travel ban. So Koreans were not allowed to enter Ukraine anymore due to the war. So she was about to pick up her child in Ukraine, but she couldn't enter Ukraine anymore. So she actually ended up in Warsaw. What she had to do, she somehow had to get the child to Warsaw because she couldn't enter Ukraine. So there is this organization, it's like an NGO that specializes in evacuating people. It's almost a military kind of organization, and it is very expensive. So she tried to get them to evacuate the surrogate and the child before the surrogate gave birth. But then the surrogate said, no, I'm not going to leave the country. And then at the last minute, she changed her mind and said, okay, so I'm going to leave the country. So she was heavily pregnant. She was about to give birth, 39 weeks pregnant. Then the evacuation NGO had already left again. Then they found another, another person who sort of would accompany her to the train. She was late, she missed the train, then she was able to take the next train, and then this heavily pregnant woman in the middle of the war traveled from Kiev to Warsaw 24 hours on the train. And she gave birth 2 days later in Warsaw. And again, of course, it was a very complex situation because in Poland, of course, parentage, surrogacy, everything was really, really complicated. But this particular surrogate then actually stayed with the parents. She stayed with them in the flat for quite a while they were trying to sort out the paperwork with both the Polish authorities and the Korean authorities. And this ended with them even sort of getting in touch with 2 Korean ministries to try to help them to get the identity papers for the child. It was very complex and complicated, but in the end they were successful. And again, here it was also this really difficult entanglement involving another country as well. So, and then there were, this is my last case, there are also, and this is the most common sort of form of surrogacies in Ukraine, which are very problematic, and these are closed surrogacy programs. So in closed surrogacy programs, it's only the agency that matches intended parents and surrogates, and it remains anonymous, so they are not allowed to know each other. So their argument is usually that they want to prevent surrogates sort of blackmailing intended parents to give them more money, and they also want to prevent intended parents from micromanaging or pressure, forcing the surrogate to do things she doesn't want to do. But what in fact happens is that these agencies and closed programs, by organizing it this way, they have all the power. They can, they become very powerful, and then can also, what came out later, that there was actually a lot of stuff they did that they would tell, for example, the surrogates that the intended parents didn't want twins, so they would do an embryo reduction and actually sort of, they inject like some kind of pharmaceutical into one of the embryos so it dies, so that it's only a singleton pregnancy, whereas they never told the parents would have been perfectly fine with twins. But for the agency, it is much better to have a singleton pregnancy, because then parents will come back and they will do another one. So this is all the stuff, this is stuff that came out in the war, because in closed programs they are never able to talk to each other, but in this particular situation of war, some of the agency people just left. And then surrogates and intended parents, some of them were successful in finding each other through social media. And then a lot of this stuff that is actually like really problematic in these closed programs came out. So this is stuff that it was impossible to find out, but in this particular situation, suddenly all of this information came out. So, so what happened then was that intended parents and surrogates would sort of try to find each other through social media. There was also this NGO that helped to find people, but in many cases, of course, it was also unsuccessful. And the problem is that a lot of intended parents are really worried that the surrogate will want to keep the child. Whereas every single surrogate I have spoken with, and it's been many over the years, is really worried that parents will not pick up the child. Because they say, I don't want this child. Like, I maybe love this child, I have a lot of sympathy and love for this child, but I don't want to be the mother of this child. So this is also something that's very rarely talked about, that both sides are really scared that the other party will not want the child. So, so these closed surrogacy programs really are a major problem, and there's a lot of potential for abuse in this particular context. So what happened in these closed programs was actually that several intended parents got emails from this one particularly problematic agency. And in this email, this agency wrote on the 28th of February, shortly after Russia invaded Ukraine, was, the war in Ukraine is unexpected for everyone, and instead of the hope for happiness of having a baby, it only causes our intended parents to be petrified. There's a lot of panic at the moment. Many intended parents express their wish to bring their surrogate mothers to the border and that they will then give birth abroad. But we are warning you against this. Giving birth to the child outside Ukraine is illegal and will have legal consequences. The surrogate mother will be considered the mother, and the attempt to hand over the child will be called child trafficking. You will never be recognized as the child's parents. Such acts are punishable by imprisonment or fines. In addition, there are health risks. Long and dangerous journeys across Ukraine. A pregnant woman can only be on the road for several days, endangering her life and health. So you see how these agencies are really threatening both, especially the intended parents, to become active and try to get the surrogate out. They're threatening them to be, accused of child trafficking or even punished, that they will never become parents of the child. And you can imagine, in this particular situation, I mean, the parents were already really, really scared. Then, of course, an email like that very easily prevents people from actually going forward with these plans. So I think this is a very good example how powerful agencies become if they organize these like closed programs, because then the other participants in this arrangement cannot talk to each other. So to conclude, I still have 2 minutes. To conclude, I just want to sort of come back to my original statement that transnational surrogacy, surrogacy in general is really complex because of the entanglement of so many people. And it's not only the surrogates and the intended parents and the children, but there are so many other people involved. They're like agents, there are doctors, there are like lawyers, there are registrars, and so on and so on. But of course, like parents, children, and surrogates are, of course, sort of at the center of all this, and they cannot be divided from one another, because first of all, the surrogate, especially when she or they are still pregnant, cannot be divided from the child. So a pregnancy cannot be put on hold. But also, then the parents, of course, have this strong connection to the child, and maybe their interest in the child could also conflict with the interest of the surrogate, for example. And then, like the final example I gave is also this problem of a gatekeeping position that many agencies have, especially in these closed programs. But I also want to point out, and I've said this several times today, is that interestingly, in this situation where vulnerabilities are increased, where a lot of additional problems come up, and where power differences, everything is very fragile, and at the same time, these relationships also changed, at least in some cases, in very unexpected ways. So, for example, if surrogates would refuse to do what they were asked by the parents, or if they refused what they were asked to do by the agencies, then suddenly they became, in a way, much more powerful than before, and they could also influence the process in really unexpected ways. And there are a lot of articles written by other people, because of course I didn't go to Ukraine during the war. So that's actually a line I don't cross even as an anthropologist. But I did talk to people online, both parents and also other people involved in the process. So this was for many, it was really unexpected how also these power inequalities shifted in very unexpected ways. And I think this is also really important, because I think we also need to show these surrogates the respect in the sense to also see them as persons who have some agency and who also make decisions which may not really fit into this whole idea of very exploited and disenfranchised people, which does not mean that there are not many problems. I just want to point out how these entanglements and these relationships and these positionalities are often much more complex than we see or than we think at first sight. And also I think that example we heard yesterday about the Catholics and their perspectives on abortion, I think that's also a very good example. This is very unexpected to people who haven't dealt with these problems, but I think it's important that we are aware of these complexities. So, and the other thing I wanted to mention is that this is also very much connected to this more recent development of repro hubs into repro webs, and how these different, the travel of people and of substances and also of documents, for example, how they become more and more fragmented. And for example, Ukraine now, it's a big repro hub again, even though there's the war, and it's in the form of a repro web, it's adapted so well. So often people don't have to travel anymore. They just send their cryopreserved gametes, for example. So this is one of the ways the parts of the industry adapt to it. And I mean, finally, just my my call again, or my plea to really find a way to regulate this. It's not going to go away. And I'm convinced that prohibiting surrogacy, for example, in the Italian case, it will just lead to people not having any rights at all. Because if we find some kind of legal regulation, surrogates will be able to actually go to a lawyer and take care of their rights. But in a situation where it's not legal, they become much more vulnerable and marginalized. Yeah, that is just my final statement, maybe. And for those who are interested, I've just I have a list of references. This is the references I have used in this particular in this presentation. If you're interested in more, you're always welcome to email me. I'm happy to share more references. I would also suggest that you read the work by Polina Vlasenko, who is a very dear colleague who's done amazing work in Ukraine. So I'm not specialized really in Ukraine. I'm more specialized on these connections. But if you're more interested in surrogacy in Ukraine, you should definitely take a look at Polina Vlasenko's work, which is wonderful. And in the end, this is an article written by Alison Motlock, who was one of the first journalists who also wrote more about these complexities. And this is the final statement of her article, which I think illustrates the problem really well. And thank you very much.
We can stand.
Okay,
I
good.
think so. Thank you.
Keeps us awake.
Keeps us awake. Thank you so much. This was amazingly interesting. I'm going to start with an opening question, and then please do raise your hands and ask all the questions you want to Annika. We have time. I mean, I was wondering, you spoke about these very complex relationships between the intended parents and surrogate mothers, within the war and also during COVID. Could you speak a little bit more about how did surrogates themselves describe these overlapping obligations, with their own children, with males staying behind or being at war? Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, like in the war, since I haven't been to Ukraine during the war, I cannot really say that much. But I mean, what was clear was that, of course, it always depends on the family situation and everything, but there was also one surrogate, for example, who, this was the one who then went to Warsaw in the end, who said, okay, she didn't even have a male family member, but she had an elderly mother who was really unwell in the countryside, so her children were looking after her mother, and she said, like, we cannot move because of that. So I want my children to stay with my mother in the countryside, and it's really far away, probably nothing's gonna happen. So that's why she also felt okay going to Warsaw, but of course, as soon as the paperwork was sorted out, she went back. Then others, I mean, there are also families in my research where actually the whole extended family then came to Germany and stayed with them for like extended periods of time. There were those too. So it was really very different, but I mean, for many, there were these two reasons. Like one was really, I don't want to leave my husband behind. I don't know if I will ever see him again. So I'd rather be there and also be endangered, but at least I see him as long as he's around. I mean, that's of course like a very, that's a very valid worry. And then there were others who didn't really talk so much about their male family members, but about their home. They said, this is my home. I don't want to leave my home. If I die, this is where I want to die. So, and of course, as somebody who has fortunately never lived in a situation of war, I can just listen to them and, yeah.
Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you so much. That was really wonderful. But I have two questions. One about gay men surrogacy, because if the parenthood is if the fatherhood is established on the social.
There's no gay surrogacy in Ukraine. So in Ukraine, gay surrogacy is not possible. It's
okay,
only heterosexual.
It's on the Ukrainian side. It's right. It's.
No, in Ukraine, generally surrogacy is not available for gay people. So if gay people, whether from Ukraine or elsewhere, they have to go somewhere else.
Okay, I see. So this is like not like on the German side, but okay. Mm-hmm. So yeah, but then I have another question about the situation in Ukraine now, with so many women left. Often took their children, and there are all those concerns, and a lot of people died during the war, and there are all those concerns about, that the number of citizens is decreasing. So how this translates into possible, debates around, regulating, banning surrogacy, because these women should giving birth to children who will stay in Ukraine, or this kind, because there are also some voices to, ban abortion, or so all those debates that appear now in Ukraine in the context of, the population decline due to
there
war.
have been debates in Ukraine for a really long time to prohibit surrogacy, and there are also, quite a few organizations that are lobbying for a prohibition. And it's not entirely clear why this never came through, because this has been going on for a long time. But again, these are like very specific complexities that probably Paulina can respond to better, because I'm not, I can only sort of, also as somebody, like I speak some Russian, but I don't speak Ukrainian. So there have been debates, but at the same time, as far as I understand it, also the industry is really powerful, because there is so much money in this. Even if sort of compared to other places it's cheaper, but still, like, there's so much money coming into the country through these technologies. So of course, there's also, there's also money coming in, so that's of course also something that's interesting for the country. So I guess that's one of the reasons why these attempts to prohibit surrogacy, which have been going on for a long time, were never successful. And again, right now, I've been told that there is a prohibition on the table, but nothing is really happening. What I have to say, what I find quite surprising is how many people are still going to Ukraine. and commissioning surrogacy. This is something that, and I've also talked to a lawyer, for example, who specifically caters, like a lawyer in Germany who sort of specialized on these stepchild adoptions and so on. And she said she's also extremely surprised because all of us who work in this field or who've worked in this field for a really long time thought that, like with India, now from Ukraine, it would move elsewhere. And it did, briefly. So briefly, some of the agencies, the one that sent these messages, for example, they briefly, they opened offices in Georgia, for example. And there's also Albania, so in the region. But apparently, what I was told, also by a Ukrainian fertility doctor, she said, like, their services is just so bad. We in Ukraine, we are just the best, so that's why people come back. So apparently, people actually even had their embryos, like cryopreserved embryos, sent to Georgia to be implanted there, and then they were so unhappy with the services that they had them shipped back to Ukraine in the war to have them implanted there. And of course, this has also something to do with that the Ukrainian industry is really well established. It's been going on for quite some time. So in Georgia, even though it's been happening there for a while, it's not as well established. The infrastructure is not as good as in Ukraine. So people would sort of think, like, have to make this decision. Do I rather go to a place where there's no war, but I'm not sure whether the whole thing will work out, or do I go to Ukraine where it's working really well? And I've talked to intended parents who said, oh yeah, we were really worried, then we flew to Ukraine, and we were really surprised because in everyday life, unless a bomb is dropped, life goes on, and you don't really feel that you are in a war.
Yeah, but you cannot still, you have to go to Poland and then
You can fly. I mean, people told me that they would fly.
No, they wouldn't fly. There are no flights. You fly to Rzeszów or you fly to Warsaw and take a train.
People told me they flew. I mean, however they do it, I don't know. But then, of course, another thing is even if they can't fly, I mean, I don't know, because if they tell me they would fly, I don't know. But whether there is like also some diplomat things they can sort of join, I don't know. But the other thing is also that because, I mean, it's far away, but it's not as far away as places like the US, for example. So they will always find a way to get there. Or they go to the border and then cross the border, something like that. So there's different ways of doing it, but I also had this one couple in my research who even booked a private plane because their children were really sick and they needed to get it out. So they had to book a private plane which would fly to the border, and then they sort of got the children in there. So there's like many ways of getting there, and what they were exactly talking about, the flights, where exactly they were flying, I don't know, but there's different ways of reaching it. And like during COVID with the US, you could probably get on a sailing boat, but I mean, who would do that? So suddenly during COVID, it was actually more attractive to be in Ukraine because there were always ways to go there by land, whereas like US, no way.
Thank you. Sorry, I missed the very beginning of your talk. Maybe you mentioned it, but I heard just recently on radio, BBC, that Ukraine is considering prohibiting surrogacy on non-charitable grounds, and the reason is that also in the situation of war, children sometimes are not picked up. And the second is that, like, for example, when children are born with disability, they also sometimes are left behind. It was not like in relation to German parents. There was example of like Chinese parents. But have you heard about this plan or tendency?
Yeah. I mean, it's one of the central issues in surrogacy, of course. So the first thing, yes, as I said before, so the prohibition is on the table, but it's been on the table in different forms for a long time, and it was never successful. And there are sort of behind closed doors, there are debates, I don't know. So it's been on the table for a long time, and whether this will be decided or not, who knows? And then with disabled children, yes, of course. I mean, that is something that's generally a problem with surrogacy. And maybe some of you also remember this case of baby Gummy in Thailand, which was actually one of the reasons why Thailand finally banned surrogacy, where although in the end it turned out that the parents actually did want to take the child, but the surrogate didn't want them to take the child, so again it was more complex. And yes, there are cases. There's this one girl who years later was adopted by an American couple. I don't remember her name. So of course there are these cases. But of course, there's so much testing going on. So for example, if there is a disability because of problems during birth, it's different. But usually in Ukraine, there is, pre-implantation genetic testing and so on. So certain disabilities are just not happening because the embryos are tested. But this, this is like one of the major problems, of course, in surrogacy. So what happens if parents don't want to pick up the child, whether because of a disability or whether because of some other reasons? And I think we will never find like a final solution for this, which actually is also a problem in natural births, of course, that people have a disabled child and then decide not to keep it. It's a different situation, but still, this is of course one of the problems we will never be able to solve. But at the same time, it's not something that happens very often, exactly because of the medical technology involved and because of the genetic testing, yeah.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I just have a curiosity. How are surrogacy mothers given full autonomy of their own bodies? Like, are they given full autonomy of their own bodies? Are they allowed to make complete decisions? Like, if it comes to a point where they have to decide between the mother's life and the child's life, who makes the decision?
So that really depends on where you go. So it depends on the country where you go. So in Ukraine, to my knowledge, I don't know of any agency where you have full bodily autonomy, like in this Ukrainian setting. But I may be wrong because, I haven't spoken to every Ukrainian agency. But there are, of course, other programs, for example, in the UK, where surrogates, even after birth, are considered the mother of the child, and the final decision is always made by them. So it really depends very much on the program. And this is also why I published a special issue with several colleagues, and where we suggested to actually not talk about surrogacy, but surrogacies in the plural, because we are not talking about one thing. We are actually talking about many, many different kinds of reproductive arrangements. So I've just presented here the difference between open and closed programs, but then of course it's also like who is involved, and whether it's altruistic, whether it's paid, whether it's not paid, and who will become the parent of the child after birth, and so on and so on. It's so complex and it's so diverse that our suggestion is to call it surrogacies rather than surrogacy. And then it depends on the particular setting whether the surrogate has bodily autonomy or not. So there are certain arrangements and concepts where the surrogate remains full bodily autonomy. For example, in the UK or in other places. But in Ukraine, this is not the case.
Thank you. Hi, thank you for your presentation. I wanted to ask you, what do you think, who would be the one to set the regulations to save both the parents and the surrogates from being used? Because last year I saw this Georgian film, 9-Month Contract, about the situation in Georgia, which was heartbreaking. Because the surrogate was both threatened by the father of the child, and the agency was preying on the surrogate mothers, and sometimes the parents don't even know what's happening. So I guess that Georgia is not interested in regulating this, and then the parents, they can't impact anything, or the country they're coming from can't impact anything. So what do you think would be at least the first steps to sort of have this global regulation?
I would actually say a first step even before a global regulation, because I don't think there will be a global regulation that really covers what needs to be covered. But from my perspective, a first step would be to sort of at least counsel, for example, intended parents so they can make an informed decision. So we have this situation in Germany, as I mentioned in the beginning, that brokering surrogacy is prohibited. And most people, I mean, I'm the only person in Germany who does research on surrogacy. So most people don't, and I mean, I'm an anthropologist who's interested in our work, apart from you. But sort of, you know, this kind of research doesn't really get out much. So most people, they are desperate, they want to have a child, so they go online. What happens is, of course, they click this stuff at the top. And especially this particular agency that's really problematic, they have like a very good PR department. So they actually have people sitting there writing fake reviews and so on and so on. So whenever you Google them, they're always at the top. People, and it always sounds, you know, then you have these great reviews. So people end up with them. And there's like no way they can find proper information. So for example, we have this family planning council, like agencies called Pro Familia. It's like sort of a state-funded, it's like an organization where people can go and get advice on family planning and also reproductive technologies and so on. But they are really scared that they will get in trouble for advising people on surrogacy. First of all, they don't have the knowledge, they don't have the information, they don't really know what's going on. And then they are scared to advise people because they worry that they could get in trouble, in legal trouble. So people have, like, there's no way for people to find information. And many of the intended parents, I would say almost all of them I met, really want to do it well. They want to do it ethically, but they just have no way of getting the information. And it's the same thing with me. Like, many people contact me and say, like, oh, you know, where should I go, which clinics, la la la. I can just say, I can share my research with you, but I cannot give you any advice because that's going to get me in trouble. So I think that would even be a first step to perhaps even develop some kind of a guideline. Like, for example, you should really find a program that's not closed, that's not anonymous, that you can from the beginning on communicate with a person, that, for example, the surrogate has the right to make certain decisions and so on and so on. So just some basic stuff, and even start with like giving people the information, and then from there maybe develop something like a certificate system, for example. So these are clinics that sort of adhere to these and those guidelines, for example. I think that would be a very good start, and that's already very complex. But so far in Germany, with the current legal situation, it's not going to happen. And this really is a problem, because the inability to give people advice is actually pushing them into these like very problematic arrangements. And I've seen the film too, and that's exactly the problem, because if it's illegal or if it's not legally regulated, like in that film, she had no way of sort of like really having legal, like proper legal support, and to sort of, you know, somebody who helps her to really, you know, get like to be supported. And this, I think, this would really change the industry, but at the same time, especially with these agencies who are doing these like very problematic things, for them it's of course not attractive, because then they have to end these closed programs. So, but that would be, in my opinion, the first step, because finding a global solution, I don't see it happening.
Annika, thank you. Is there? We can take one question, no more, unfortunately.
Hi. Just a brief comment. Hague Private Law Conference is actually drafting a...
Sorry, I didn't, could you repeat that?
The Private Law Conference of Hague is actually drafting some international surrogacy regulation. However, it's not successful until now because of lack of consensus.
Exactly.
Across worldwide.
Yeah, so they've tried to develop guidelines similar to adoption guidelines, but exactly it's...
yes, and there is also Verona principles related to the best interests of the child in surrogacy framework, and that's it, basically. Yeah, and Casablanca Declaration, which is the universal prohibition of surrogacy.
Yeah.
Thank you for your comment on the rest of the questions. Please use this opportunity on coffee breaks and lunch. And let's give a round of applause to Annika. And we are meeting back 1:15, so we have like 7 minutes. Use your time wisely.
Okay, good morning, dear colleagues. My name is Dina Bitte. I'm a sociologist and researcher from Riga Stradiņš University, and this is my pleasure to be here today and open our first session, panel session of today, which focuses on unreproductive lives, probably questioning if these lives are productive enough. So, and we are fortunate to have three excellent speakers with us this morning: Anna Žabicka, Karolīna Zakarauskaite, and Karlīna Grīviņa. And we will begin with Anna Žabicka, who is not only one of the hosts of this event, but also a social anthropologist specializing in aging and a doctoral candidate of the University of Vienna. And the title of her presentation is Unimagined Lives, Aging, Emptiness and National Futures in Latvia. Anna, you know this stage better than everyone. The floor is yours.
I do fear that you'll get tired of me soon, so, but I promise this is like last thing. Yeah, so I think this panel broadens up, how we talk about reproduction and reproducing. So it's not probably only about biological reproduction, but also about social and cultural reproduction. So, and by the way, fingers crossed, I'm hoping to defend my thesis precisely in a week, like next Tuesday, so. And I want to start with, so I do research mostly on aging and care relations, and this particular research has been for a very long time going on, for almost 6 years, in a small rural nursing home, care home for older adults in Latvia. So I'm dealing with questions of emptiness a lot, and not only emptiness as emptying space, but how do we define, how do we understand what emptiness is? And here's a short, quote excerpt from an article written by one of the journalists, a very well-known journalist in Latvia, Inga Stradiņš. In 2017, they had these series of articles dealing with the question of demographics in Latvia and the Latvians, basically dying out. And the title of this article was A Country for Old Men. So she writes that if nothing changes, Latvia, where even today small towns are spookily empty, in the evenings will become even more quiet by 2030. And there will be fewer people, and large portion of them will be old, right? And there was a series of photos accompanying these articles, and here we see, a school building that, last year, 2011, with pupils still in it, and then 2017, the school that's been transformed into a care home for older adults, and this is a practice that's happening across Latvia. We have at least, maybe around 20 schools across Latvia that have been repurposed for older adults. So, building on ethnographic long-term fieldwork, I do want to talk today about how productiveness or reproduction is shaped here in Latvia when we think about population and depopulation. The cat you see is Pičuks. He is one of the 3 cats in the care home, and yeah, I like his grumpy face. Anyways, my focus was mostly on older adults living in the care home, on care workers, on care infrastructures, so the caring process, and also on rural depopulation and national demographic decline altogether. So how does it come in today's conversation and this symposium? So here is, I'm going to translate for those who are not Latvian. There's, I have made excerpts or screenshots from different articles over the years that are stating that Latvians are dying out. So this is the fear, right? There is biological crisis happening. So Latvians are dying out. Latvians as ethnicity, they're probably going to assimilate, so that's another fear. There's a question, will we die out or not? And I especially like this one. No, I can't. So in the bottom there's a quote, will Latvians die out or not? What do popular people think about it? And then there were interviewed popular people, you know, from politics and from theater, you know, what are their thoughts on Latvians dying out? But what it shows to me, it shows this regenerational anxiety, the term that I'm using in my thesis. And obviously, regenerational anxiety always increases in moments of crisis. And for instance, these articles came out around and after economic crisis back in 2008, 2011. So when people were actively moving out and towns became spookily empty because people were leaving and people were also dying. So what I understand with regenerational anxiety and why that's important. So another known figure in Latvia is Ilmārs Mežs, a demographer. He's been very outspoken about demographics in general for years. He has softened a little bit in recent years, by the way. But for instance, back in 2010, he was speaking of demographic decline in a sense as a moral failure, basically of Latvian people. And he was saying that the reasons for low birth rate are both material and moral. Disorganized infrastructure, lack of kindergartens, tax system that does not support families and low welfare, all this reduces the birth rate. But the state's action, or rather inaction, also shows society's own attitude towards its future children. It is often too careless. It is characterized by low morals, materialistic selfishness, weakening of family ties, lack of religious and patriotic values, reluctance to undertake obligations and duties, the fulfillment of which would require giving up various types of pleasures and entertainment. Likewise, the mismanagement of state and public funds has extinguished many people's hope for Latvia and its future, which has also not helped to build large, strong, and patriotic families in Latvia. So in this quote, there is obviously a sense that giving birth is not just an individual thing, it is a national duty, it's a moral obligation towards the state, towards the nation. So the concern and demographic anxiety, or this regenerational anxiety in Latvia is, is hidden behind all these questions. You know, who will have children if people are moving out, if people are immigrating? Who will remain in Latvia? Who will sustain the nation? Who will sustain Latvian culture, language, and source and morality? And this is why I am using specifically not demographic anxiety, but this regenerational anxiety, arguing that regenerational is not just about biological reproduction, so the anxiety is more than biological reproduction. The anxiety is about, will there be Latvians? So the Latvian is the one that is endangered. The ethnic Latvian is the one that is endangered. So who endangers them is my question, right? And also, who belongs to the future? So another question that is tied to that is Latvia emptying, right? And here I'm arguing that emptiness should be seen as a political and moral category. So I am basing my argument is based on Danauska's research, and she is arguing way back that emptiness is a form of life. So obviously it's not just the place is simply empty. There still are people, right? So emptiness for her is a form of life with eroded or significantly changed social material infrastructures. So relationships change, shops are closing, schools are closing, that all changes social infrastructures. So what I'm adding is that emptiness is not only that, what Danauska argues, but it's also about evaluating which forms of life are seen as contributing to future and contributing to social, biological, and cultural reproduction. So which lives are imaginable and desirable for national future? So when I'm talking about unimagined or underimagined futures and lives and populations, I am following Rob Nixon here, and he speaks of populations that are highly visible and yet absent from different dominant visions of future. And he writes about modern development projects like megadams, mining operations, and deforestation that create these unimagined or underimagined communities. So these are usually marginalized groups of people who are deemed disposable by the state and also by corporate interests, right? They are rendered invisible, neglected, and erased from the national narrative of progress, basically. And I'm kind of applying that to situation here in Latvia, the way in political and public narrative, older adults are shaped within this narrative. So older adults, they exist within the nation, but outside of narratives of progress and futurity and continuity. And older adults, and especially those living in care homes, is state-run and municipal-run care homes, they are visible, they are present, especially when elections are coming. They're suddenly very visible and suddenly they're very needed. But in general, they're also rarely imagined as future-making. So tying it all together, I am arguing and seeing emptiness as the wrong kind of presence. So obviously there are still people, it's just not the people that we imagine as capable of reproducing biologically, culturally, and socially. So they're physically present, they're active, they're engaged in care relations, and they are sustaining institutions, which is my main argument in my thesis. But within the demographic imaginaries, these older adults in general, and aging as a process, and care homes that sustain these lives, that sustain lives of older adults, but also sustain lives of care workers and everything that's around care workers, they are left out of these imaginary futures. So in a public and political discourse, care homes and older adults living there, they're usually used and seen as evidence of personal national decline, right? There's welfare dependency. They're draining our economic funds, right? There's demographic failure, there's dependency, there's family failure. Because a lot of times we still imagine that in care homes, these are the people who are left behind by their family members, which is not always true, and it's obviously way more complicated because of all the migration and stuff. So the problem is not absence, the problem is the wrong kind of presence, basically. And moving towards the end, so I am arguing that care homes are part of social reproduction, although they are not seen that way. And they're not seen that way because of, our older adults are seen as part of the decline and lack of futurity. But I'm arguing in my thesis that there are a lot of things happening there. And there's formal economy, so basically the care institutions are sustaining formal economy in that place that we are seeing as emptying. So rural sites that is emptying, where people are immigrating and people are dying, there's still things happening. It might not be very, very stable or long-term. There's definitely uncertainty and precarity involved, but the state institutions, or in this case, municipal institution, it's maintaining things there. So there's informal economy happening, there are ties happening, and this is a quote actually from one person who said that we're kind of separately but together here. And that is very important because in people who are living in rural sites, they want to be separate, so they like the vastness of rurality. They don't want to be too close to other people. At the same time, working as care workers in a care home gives them opportunity to be also together and to know things sooner, to have ties, to exchange goods and favors and information way, way sooner and quicker than it would have been without the care home. And I'll give you just one short example. So I'll speak very quickly about that. So the first quote is, when I grow up, I want to be the cook at the pensionats. Pensionats is a name I'm using for a care home. And it struck me, so the first time I arrived at pensionats, the first people I saw there were not older adults, but there were like 7 children playing in the yard, different ages, like 3 up to 12. And I'm like, okay, what's happening here, right? It's a nursing home for older adults, but there are all these kids. So, and they were all kids, there were grandkids of care workers, there were kids of care workers, 2 girls who were sisters, all their family worked at the pensionats, and they lived at the pensionats. So half of the children also lived there in the building where care workers lived, right? And it's their home. And this quote struck me. So this 7-year-old sister, when I asked, they were chatting with me, constantly chatting. I'm like, okay, what do you want to be when you grow up? I want to be a cook here. So her entire world is this pensionat. She doesn't see her apart from that at this point, right? And another quote is from a care worker she was always telling me, you see, things happen here, a lot of things happen here. And the picture is one of the examples of informal economy that's happening there. So we received from the Red Cross donation of clothes, and obviously these clothes are meant for older adults living there. But once they're done piling and sorting those clothes, there are always leftovers, the children clothes, or for instance, sweaters that we kind of deemed inappropriate for older adults. There was t-shirts that are saying death, and we said, okay, maybe not for older adults at this point. So all those clothes that wouldn't fit older adults were repurposed and were shared among care workers. So there's informal economy happening. So things happen there. So I'm ending. I want to show that in a place that is deemed absolutely unreproductive, there is production happening, reproduction. There's social and there's cultural reproduction happening. It is one of the biggest employers in a place. Children actually grew up there, they live there. People find housing there. Farms are sustained. The Latvian brown cow is being sustained through the care homes because care workers are also farmers, and they can only farm the brown cow if they have additional income, right? So salaries are earned there. Residents receive care, and older adults are part of that because if we didn't have older adults, the care system wouldn't work, right? But thankfully we have a lot of older adults, so they're coming in, and the reproduction is happening. And I'm gonna stop here. Thank you.
Anna, many thanks for your highly realistic insight into our rural realities. And now we move to our, Karlīna, is it you? No. Yeah. We now move to our neighbor from Lithuania, Karolīna Zakarauskaite, who is a curator and the founder of the Mental Health Arts Festival Riga. Combining expertise in neuroscience and the health humanities, Karolīna is representing University College London today, and the title of her presentation is When Being Your Own Person is Not an Option, Care Exchanges in a Crib Home and Beyond in Lithuania. Karolīna, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Very, very happy to be in this context that feels so familiar, and have been very happily listening to all the presenters until now. So thank you for organizing this, to all the museum people, and bringing us all together. So this, when being your own person is not an option, it refers mostly to my brother. And I do think that he is his own person, but that sustaining his life, like, I mean that, like, maybe in systemic understanding and the value assigned to people with complex learning disabilities, he is not seen and not given opportunities to be his own person, but he is when we recognize care exchanges that are not seen as care exchanges in current systemic approaches to care. So in this, in my MA thesis, I'm looking at what is not seen as care. And mostly I'm looking at a failure to ensure the institutionalization of people with complex disabilities through the lens of crib theory, feminist care ethics, and care exchanges in my own home. So my brother Kasparas was born in 2001. At the time I was 7, and reforms following the collapse of the Soviet Union were already well underway. Lithuania was positioning itself to join the European Union, and the idea of the welfare state and the good life was being framed by the hope of catching up with the West and learning behind the legacies of the state socialist past. Yet, as Monica Barr, like a social scientist and a historian of disability in the region, notes that this dominant transition narrative, while framed as the triumph of liberal democracy and market freedom over socialist repression, it in fact obscures the continuities between state socialist past and neoliberal orders. And one such continuity when thinking about disability is that disabled life and disabled people need to be governed by specialists, mostly by specialists from biomedical sphere. They need to be like kind of controlled under, timelines, rigid timelines of institutions. And stigma related to non-normative body minds remains widespread in Lithuania and the broader Central and Eastern Europe, including former socialist states dominating the list of disabled people currently living in residential institutions. So while Lithuania has ratified the United Nations Convention on the Right of the People with Disabilities nearly 20 years ago, the number of people currently living in institutions, despite observed human rights abuses, is increasing actually. And what we see is that EU funds have often been used to maintain or renovate infrastructure of institutions under the misleading label of deinstitutionalization, leaving the cultural and social realities of people confined to those institutions not really changed. Education for young disabled adults like my brother is largely unavailable, and this, together with the generally inaccessible labor market, points to this number, which is one of the kind of largest risk of poverty in the EU. So, and this number is for general disabled population. So if you are a person that is recognized as having disability, like you will likely live at the risk of complete poverty, and this number will be much higher when we speak about people with complex disabilities. So where does disability belong? This is like a question. So while currently we see that disability does not belong in a community and should instead be confined to institutions, and this is also reflected that like when my brother was born, my parents were given an option to just leave him in an institution and just pretend that he died. So like bringing disability at home was a conscious act. It was a resistance to an offer of confining him to an institution. And analytically, my study, like I am looking at what counts as care, and when living with a person with a complex disability, like we need to recognize broader forms of care that are currently seen. So in order to do that, analytically, I bring together feminist theorists, disability studies, philosophers, feminist care ethicists, Kitai and Tronto are like this kind of axis, and crib theory, so McRuer and Kafer, and Central Eastern European and disability scholarship in kind of dialogue and question. What is very important is that I'm building on care ethicist Tronto's ideas of distribution of care duties in a caring democracy, meaning that the mutual duty to care extends from the people to the state, and importantly, the other way around. And methodologically, my approach centers on, so because I'm speaking from a crib home, and I define crib home as a home where a person with a disability lives in them, and that this crib home is kind of marked by these constant entanglements of the need for each other, of kind of needing the care from each other, but not wanting it, wanting to give it, but no longer needing it. So this kind of constant flux of these entanglements and boundaries of caregiving and receiving. And methodologically, I give a lot of kind of place and inspiration to Donna Haraway's and Sarah Ahmed's methods of working, where personal lived experience is seen as valid place of knowledge production. So to illustrate a little bit current systemic position of people with complex disabilities is the first, nepatogus in Lithuanian means uncomfortable. So this is a first independent living housing complex, like housing facility for people with complex disabilities. What is very illustrative about it is that it is brought about by the effort of 4 mothers of these young adults that we see here. So I kind of decided to show them this time without their mothers, but usually like their mothers are just behind, and like I can feel their presence here very much. So mothers in Lithuania and broader Central Eastern Europe often become advocates and activists filling in care gaps themselves. And what we see through this housing initiative, like this is a quote from the page, that illustrates that respite is not an option for parents or carers of people with complex disabilities in Lithuania. And it creates a very accurate imagery of a crib home, that due to lack of needed care services and support, it is an excluded, materially and emotionally exhausted one. What is important to look at is like when we look at home a bit further, like in focusing on my own home, I do not yet consider myself a primary carer. I understand that my experiences, perspectives, and feelings about what constitutes care often stand in tension with those of my mother and father. Between my parents' understanding of care and mine lie differing proximities to the duty to care, varying personal obligations, limited familial finances, distinct political orientations, divergent assumptions on normativity, engagements with feminist thought, multinational experiences. And all of this is intertwined in this mutual shared feelings of love, hope, and fear of the future. So I'm kind of showing how me, in my relation to my brother and my parents, are in kind of a different position. And feminist care ethics considers what is acceptable in exchange for the promise of safety. And looking at feminist care ethics is accepting that care can not only empower, but also take away freedoms, abilities, and opportunities of discovery and expressions. And for care, what it kind of leads us to is that for carers to seek their own comfort and safety and rest may be simultaneously harmful, as a form of abandonment, because we still don't have, like, you know, state services that substitute parental care, but it's also completely necessary and understandable as a necessity to meet your own needs as the main carer. So while happening in the assumed private domestic sphere, caregiving is loaded with public notions and ideas of who the carer and the cared for is, what kind of care is good, how performing care should always generate joy and fulfillment to the carer and gratitude from the cared for. And in reality, there might be no reciprocity in care exchanges, there might be no need or appreciation of that. So, being dependent on familial and structural support, queer people like my brother are unable to leave their nuclear family home, which like in Lithuania, it happens very quickly, like actually in all the European statistics, Lithuanians leave their nuclear family home very early on. And they remain, like my brother remains in the family home. So for the main carers to recognize that their previously disabled child is now a disabled adult is almost like impossible, because the main duty to care kind of hangs on you. And I want to show like the kind of the only time when my brother is by himself is when he travels from Kaunas to Vilnius, when I used to live in Vilnius. And this decision to let him travel by his own without like adult supervision has happened when I like really encouraged my parents to try and let him be and kind of trust, you know, and maybe risk, of course, because he is nonverbal. So what does it mean when you make this decision that this person can be by themselves? You don't make so much a decision that he will be off, like that he will be good by himself, but more that people around him, if something happens, will be able to speak in a non-verbal way with him. And it's kind of, this moment of solitary train journeys is a moment of deciding if we can trust our society, more or less. So what I want to illustrate is that crip siblinghood is this like an important place of reflecting on ethics of care unfolding within the family. And as the other woman in the family after my mother, I have always felt that my clock to care more is ticking, and it will ring soon. What will that day be like? My parents are not financially well off. How do I need to prepare for this day, systemically and personally? Do I need to get some well-paid corporate job to ensure the adequate material resources for them and my brother in the next few decades? How will I negotiate ethics of care when I will be given a new role in an already established relationship? Where are the boundaries of the duty to care between me and our youngest brother? And what is my approach here? One of trust and systemic approaches, one of solo fight, one of community building. So all of these questions are inherent like to also my own choices of reproduction, which is like important today. And I want to end with that doing the institutionalization work well requires reflection on where care is located, and that feminist care ethics help to uncover the institutionalization as a question relating to the construct of a family, as well as to gendered assumptions about care and a failure to recognize care as labor. I suggest that the meaning of care constructed through political priorities, material resources, institutional and daily individual workings is central question in consideration of currently failing the institutionalization processes that are not completely resolved by human rights approaches alone, and that the institutionalization failure affects reproductive choices of the whole crip household. And what lack of care says is that that some lives are not worth living in a way, so how can we even speak about reproduction of them? So that's an important maybe moment to finish it today. And my hopeful future directions is that these questions were very motivating for me to work with, but I felt that master's context was a bit too small to engage in all that. I feel like there is so much more in exploring, so I'm hoping to bring this to a PhD, and I feel like I'm in a good place. to discuss with people. Thank you.
Thank you, Carolina, very much for your multidimensional look at the care issues in Lithuania. And now our final speaker for this session is Karlīna Grīviņa, a doctoral student at Riga Stradiņš University. Drawing on her background in sociology and semiotics, Karlīna has conducted research on technology use in Latvia. And today she will present her paper, Invisible Links, Self-Tracking Digital Agency and the Healthy Life Gap among Midlife Women in Latvia. Karlīna, please.
Thank you. As you can see, I'm sitting at the stage for a while. Just a second. Well, I'm talking about technologies. I'm researching technologies, and they never work, at least for me, as you can see. I hope to be back in a second. Yeah. No, thanks. Whew. Okay, hello. As you know, I'm Karlīna, and I'm doing my PhD research. I'm actually in the beginning of it, sort of closing to the middle, but not yet there. So I will present one part of my fieldwork and the first ideas which I have observed through the interviews. So I will not bother you with unnecessary information. But to continue with colorful picture Anna has painted about Latvia, I will talk about health, but there are also, of course, this population aging and dying out dimension in my research, which is very important. But I will talk mostly about invisible part of health practices and focusing on middle-aged women. So, but about Latvia, why it's a little bit and very quickly, why it's important to talk about context is that, well, yeah, we, I don't know if I have, oh no, I cannot show you. But anyway, so since 1990s, we have lost almost 1 million of inhabitants, and as we are a very small country, it's quite a lot. As you can imagine, we also report rather bad health. Well, our average rating is around 50% of population report their health as not good, and for women it's even less percent. And it's about 20% less than average in Europe, European Union countries. So also healthy life expectancy for women is around 54 years. It's again very low according to other European statistical data, and 10 years behind average Europeans countries. So, yeah, well, so to continue, and not to bother you, but public health spending is below EU average. We have private spending twice as much as in average European Union countries. Non-communicable diseases are significant economic and health burden, and we have one of Europe's highest preventable mortality rates to consider. So, and retirement age is at year 65, so it's decade past healthy life evaluation people are having. Well, and I'm researching middle age because, well, I'm defining it as starting from 40 to 65. There are different assumptions where we should start, but we can go into more details later if you wish, because in different countries it's defined differently. And I'm starting from 40 because then we have at least 15 years till this healthy life statistical data, and also a bit more till retirement age. So there is time to be healthy or to
prevent health issues. So, and what I'm basing my ideas today on are three main pillars. First is scholarship middle age, which talks about middle age, middle life as relationally rich practice, which is full of professional but also some social commitments. So it's not plain going into retirement, it's very full with different experiences, and that comes also to heterogeneous life experience, that people live different. I borrow ideas from Baron, differentially lived lives, which means that people are not similarly experiencing middle age, middle life. They may have different life passages and lifestyles, and that's very rich and colorful, but also it brings a lot of different traces into this period of time. But also it's called sandwich generation, because there is younger generation which is often still in the same household as this middle-aged person, usually women who is taking care of them, and also there is already older generation, as you saw, who most of in Latvia have declining health. So the second, the second pillar is life course perspective and focusing on individual agency, because I don't want to talk only about bad things. I want to talk about this, as Anna finished her talk, that there are hope, there are still things happening, and individual agency and also linked life concepts from life course perspective are very important for my my research, to explain how this planfulness, self-efficacy, optimism comes into life and how it's built together with other lives interconnected with midlife person, women. So, and the third dimension, which is very important, are technologies. Self-tracking comes through mobile devices, usually wearables, as smartphone applications, watches, rings, and so on. And through this sort of private practice of self-tracking and these everyday activities, body becomes quantified. The idea of an image of ourselves changes, because we perceive data from these mobile devices or wearables, or they are called also mHealth devices, and it brings another dimension of self-interpretation and comparison with others. And there is this competition sometimes, and also help from community, but I will go into that in the next slides. So methodology, it started previous year. I'm basing ideas on 12 middle-aged women experiences. In my PhD research, there are more people, but for this presentation's sake, I have limited, and I hope, yeah, we can go to the findings. So, the first part is that part of women who talk about their experiences with self-tracking, and they are 40, starting from 40 years. They mark ages 40 till 50 or 45 around as some kind of turning point, when they have started to feel different experiences with their body. Sometimes it promoted them to use these activities, start to track their sleep, start to measure their tiredness, and or maybe they are, some of them were doing physical activities like sports, and then they realized, oh, my heart rate is a bit differently, and I start to feel more fatigue, and so on. So it's not necessarily 40, but it's age when they start to think about it more. Well, some of these devices help them to track early signs of illnesses, and also contact doctors earlier, but not in all cases. But it's also linked to changes in menstrual cycle for some of them, as interviews show, and that those were especially in I am researching also men examples, but in women cases, this reproductive dimension is one of the signs that something is changing. I should start to think my lifestyle, for instance, or sleeping patterns, and gain more energy otherwise. So there is a quote to entertain you, but also there are some visual signs. They are talking about, I started to observe new wrinkles when I'm moving during my exercises somewhere on my body, or my weight management is not going as well as it should be, and mainly idea is it takes more to be in shape, more to continue to be in the same situation physically and mentally as when I was in a 30 or 20 years old. So, but for some other, it's also a period to combat mental balance, for instance, to reorganize my head, to start to think more about myself because children are already growing up, but also reducing stress due to social commitments, work commitments, and so on. Well, I do have also interviews with people who have non-communicable diseases, and for those cases, these wearable technologies, they help to track illness between hospital measurements and all kinds of flare-ups. But there is also a dimension of being example of your children and also for older generation to help them. And I will try to show you how. So, but about tracking strategies, which comes from these interviews, there I divided several narratives which came out. Pride and benchmarks, which is very, very interesting because measuring that I'm becoming stronger, I'm becoming faster, my heart rate is looking better after some exercises which I can measure on my watch, and also I can see this digital age measurement, and for some it's getting better, for some not, and so you can sort of identify your physical age with this digital age and compare. Oh, I'm getting younger actually digitally. That's also gives a sense of efficacy and a different idea of body image. But also this is part of controlling the future, thinking about my aging process, being ahead of time and preparing for something which will come, as many of them are talking about examples from their older generation parents or relatives, and they want to keep to be active and with this energy for longer. So, and there is another very interesting narrative, which is distinction as to be above the average Latvian health level in my age group. For instance, when you go to the classmates meeting or somewhere else, oh, I look better than I'm more fit. I can do faster tracks and so, and that's empowering. That's very interesting example of distinction in a specific way through body understanding, but also it comes from these devices, because otherwise you probably don't see that, but then you start to talk and, oh, I do this and that, and yeah. And then there is also idea of belonging, which comes in this process of self-tracking, because many find motivation also within community, among friends, among other family members, among those who are doing similar things. So there are running communities, yoga master classes where they are sharing experiences, going winter dipping and so on, and lots of things. And yeah, but contradictory, there is also a dimension where there is, I call it invisible wear, that people wear devices, but they control them very strictly, and they limit what measurements will be showed to them during exercises, or what can be actually measured. So I don't see more than I want. I don't share this. So there is this self-care and taking care of myself and thinking about future, but there is also this control dimension, which is, for some, it's very important, and in relationships with digital and my digital body, what I can see and what I want to see, and do I believe in that? Yeah, so it's taking about greater responsibility of my own body in next 30, 40 years. Well, And interesting dimension is that this individual self-tracking turns into collective practice and also involves other people, as I mentioned, but it comes through these digital communities built from wearable devices, but it also layers on several other ways, because firstly it could be that devices are connected within, for instance, Garmin community, and people are sharing their experiences, but then they are making also additional WhatsApp communities where they chat about these Garmin data. So firstly they, for instance, share their tracking activities, heart rates and so on, and in another one they are supporting each other and talking, oh well, you did that very well, and then they are meeting face to face and discussing all these again. So there are different levels of support, sometimes of competition, and communal involvement in this sort of private activity. And as I'm focusing on midlifer, then there are several layers of connections and socially embedded practices, how they interact together. So there is also one very powerful quote from a woman who said that soon after she started to run half marathons and now already marathons with the help of friends, but it came through her involvement with other friends, groups, how they supported each other. But the last thing what I wanted to share today is that it also involves these intergenerational links in a very interesting manner, because as I mentioned, middle generation is sandwich generation. So they are sort of players which are in the middle of the ground, and how their activities, especially mothers, explain how their active lifestyle hope to promote more active lifestyle for their children or more healthy lifestyle for them, but also how they are transforming their agency into older generation by gifting wearable devices, by sharing walking information from their devices with their elderly parents, and suggesting them to probably try out some more active lifestyle. And so it's intermingling all together. And there are 3 vignettes I wanted to share very quickly. The first one tells about a woman who is doing jogging in the morning, and she's talking with her sister about that, but they are jogging in different cities. So they connect their devices and they talk on phone while they jog, but still they are tracking their heart rate. So it's very good to jog when you are on the second phase of your heart rate. So but that also is possible when you can talk freely, which means she's sort of layering all these activities one above other, but also they are discussing their family matters. They gifted also device to their elderly mother, who sort of not used, but she is counting steps now, and she walks around neighborhood and makes more active lifestyle for herself, and also talking with other elderly relatives that it could be nice to probably compete, but not all are involved in this of their older relations. The other example tells about a daughter who promoted her mother their family's Garmin community, or Samsung community, because they have connected their devices and they are undertaking challenges, sometimes a walk around Latvian border sign or some city competitions and so on, and they connected also mother into that, and that prompted for them to see how they are doing. And yeah, and the last example shows that care must be mutually accepted, and if you are pushing your elderly parents, then it might not be accepted, and it's control they want to avoid. So technology as an additional layer, but it doesn't substitute face-to-face support. It can be seen as the bed form. Also, individual to collective have its layers from one personal to collective responsibility or support, but there are also tensions. Of course, private body becomes public and not all are comfortable with that. And policy implications that in these under-resourced health systems as in Latvia, these individual agencies are very important for the future. Thank you.
Karolina, many thanks for voicing what so many middle-aged people are thinking and concerned about. A real coffee break starts in 19 minutes, so we have some time for questions for these ladies. Please, you are welcome.
Thank you very much for your presentations. I have a question to Anna first. I was wondering, I mean, first of all, it's really interesting to see this concern about emptiness coming from Switzerland, where actually this weekend there will be a popular vote launched by the right-wing party about restricting population to 10 million. Yeah, but so it's really interesting to hear about this anxiety about emptiness. And I was also wondering, I think you alluded to it yesterday, how this is connected to like, you know, glorified past or like kind of nationalist nostalgia. And in this case, I was wondering, could elderly people, or in this framework, would elderly people not only be seen as a burden on the welfare system, but also as like, you know, preservers of culture and stuff like that? So I was wondering whether this also plays a role. And if I may, can I ask a second question on, sorry, the last presenter? Catherine, hi. Now, I was wondering about, are there also concerns or discourses about, you know, this notion of self-optimization, and do people also think more critically about these technologies?
Thank you. So it's an interesting and super valid question. So I'll give you an example. So for instance, I'm also writing quite extensively about this Latvian brown cow, which is a traditional cow breed that was bred in 1922. And so now we mostly have the Holsteins, the black and whites, right? But this Latvian brown cow is seen as a symbol of Latvianness. So we're basically seeing Latvianness through language, through rurality, and through rurality comes in the Latvian brown cow. But the Latvian brown cow is similarly, like Latvians, on the verge of extinction, right? So it's dying out too. Because it's not as productive, it's not as milky as black and white Holstein cows. So how it comes into the story, the Latvian brown cows, because they are not as productive, they're mostly kept just on small backyard farms. So, you know, people who keep maybe 10, 6, 13 cows, and there's still, you know, out of 10, 9 are the Holstein cows, and then there's one, the pride, you know, there's pride in it, one brown cow. And I also did like research through, you know, how public sees the Latvian brown cow. And here comes in grandmothers or elderly women, because they're the ones who still live in these emptying rural sites on these small backyard farms. Maybe they have even like 1 or 2 cows, and they are seen and even used like in theater. Like years ago we had Jaunais Rīgas Teātris, New Riga Theater, a show on grandmothers who keep the cows. So, you know, that's the core of the Latvianness. So, and this is just one example of how sometimes they kind of are seen as these preservers of Latvianness, of culture, of continuity, of social and cultural reproduction. At the same time, obviously, there are no policies that are actually helping them to keep the cows. For instance, I have this one care worker at the care home. She's also a farmer. She also has this one Latvian brown, and the others are Holsteins. And she tells me that when she retires, and she's 60 something, and she's a care worker, so old women caring for old people, right? So in a way. And she says she's going to sell the farm, and I'm like, but why not keep the farm? Maybe your son or your daughter can, take over. But the daughter emigrated to England 15 years ago. She's not coming back, and she's saying that the son cannot take over the farm because he's single, and it's impossible to run a small backyard farm if you're single. You need to have the other half. And he doesn't have the other half. And here comes in the state, right? There are no policy level solutions within the state that would actually help to keep, these small backyard farms, this romantic imaginary scenery of Latvianness, of this reality. And the Latvian brown cow will also, die out, basically. So there's no continuity that involves the state. They're still left on their own. So I have mixed feelings about it. So I still think there are, and obviously if you're not preserving something, Latvianness or some craft maybe, then you're just an older adult living in a care home. Thank you.
I wanted to comment on your question that there are concerns within middle-aged persons who use self-tracking devices, but it's very interesting that they usually come in a hand with results. If you are having better results as you expected, or if you have settled some goals and you can reach them, then these devices are found as helpful. And then this dimension of objectivization of my body doesn't necessarily bother a person. But there are examples in interviews when these results doesn't come as good, or you compete with somebody else who is having better results and you compare yourself, and then they are considered as troublesome and also sometimes a cause for quitting and trying to redefine yourself through your own feelings. But there is this love and hate and intermingling.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for this really wonderful panel, which I think really brings together in conversation 3 generations in various ways, because also in your case, how you talk about it was like wonderful with your sort of, I would say, autoethnographic, imagination of what will happen when you have your own children. But so I think that there's like those 3 generation caring and exchanges was like just really amazing. And then I have this really brief question to Anna. What about the seniors in the care home? Do they interact with those children leaving there? The carers, children, and so on.
Oh yeah, they enjoy them quite a lot.
I can imagine, but is it like somehow regulated or?
Oh no, they're just running around. And I think that's what struck me the most was, that's the natural environment for the kids living there. So they're completely, they grow up within the care system in a sense, and they're constantly interacting. They know them quite well, and then it always gets a bit gloomier and sadder, by September when part of the kids return to school, because some of them are spending summers there because they're visiting their grandparents who are care workers, and some of them live there on site. So the winters are gloomier because of that. But there's definitely an interaction, and it really struck me how interwoven the kids are within, the care home. That's just their natural place to be.
Thank you. Yeah.
I'm next. I'm the middle-life woman from a spooky little town in Latvia, dying out. Lies in the very heart of my country. I'm totally happy living there. I think it's exclusive place to live. I like everything. I've been staying now overnight in Riga at my sister's place because of this wonderful event. I'm already longing back home. I'm looking through the window thinking, soon I will leave to my beautiful place. I'm not alone, there are 15,000 people live there together with me. It's very socializing experience. I truly enjoy it. But my question to Anna is that you described pensionats as like a paradise almost. But what was not so good there? Because definitely something was not perfect there. Please,
Yeah, I
some
skipped that
comments,
part.
please, some comments on
I skipped that part, didn't I?
yeah.
I mean, there are a lot of issues. Where do I begin? I mean, it's expensive. So imagine, 2020 when I started, so 6 years ago, the cost was 590 euros. Now it's doubled and even more. So it's 1,200 because of the war, because of Russia's war in Ukraine, because of COVID, because of energy crisis, with everything. So that's a problem. So a lot of people just can't afford to pay, the rest of the cost. People are bored there. Older adults living there, they're constantly talking about boredom. So that's, one thing that I have tried to understand in my dissertation, what boredom actually means. It's not just lack of activities. Obviously, it's also the loss of life that they had. It's also a loss of physical movements, that they can't do things that they used to do, and they can't find within that place, within that narrow space, what should they do. If you're an avid reader and then you lose your sight and there's no audiobooks, right? So that's where boredom comes in. There's a lot of issues, and it's not a paradise, but we're gonna live there probably, so.
Okay, thank you. I will use my opportunity of being here and ask to Carolina. So when parents of disabled children, when they realize that the support from the state is insufficient, what other resources do they have, or what other, resources they are able to use?
Well, sorry, just to repeat your question because I don't hear well myself. The question was, if the parents don't receive enough of support from the state, what other alternatives there are, right? Thank you for your question, and for everyone. Yeah, it was very nice to be after you. Well, as I mentioned, they have themselves, and if some families are financially well off, so the families that built the Nepatogus, the example that I showed, they are financially well off, like they are financially rich families, and they have friends, and one of the reasons why they could build this kind of home is because they also have some friends in the building sector that are building houses. So like some of those houses were already being built generally as a development, and then they have adapted one of those houses for people with complex disabilities that needed physical adjustments and so on. So this is really done with private social economic capital, but also they are advocates for over a decade. One of them, the most, like Henrika Varniene. So she's like advocate. She really knows how to work with the state and what to ask and how to ask, and she knows very well all of those algorithms, let's say. So the state support came in, but so it has happened just because there is a mother that knows very well the needs of her child and does not agree a life, that is currently possible with state services. And she just, keeps on working, putting her own resources that she luckily has as well, so it's that, and they have each other, like, other mothers that are also, that have also education, that also have financial resources. So it's like, when speaking about disability and complex disability, it's also a very, because disability experience is intersectional, so your familial, background, education, place where you live, a village or a city, like, just really affects the disability experience. So, so this example is just done with a lot of private, let's say, initiative. But of course, like, because they are very, they are sharing a lot with, so now in Lithuanian, they are speaking with municipalities, of course, and because there are these like legal changes that big institutions should not function anymore by 2030. So what does that mean? Where will these people be able to receive help? And so they are sharing a lot with the with municipalities how to build these kind of houses, because they went through all this, so how to ensure help from the state and so on. So it's just a lot about networks, of the parents, but like we need to have, like, we cannot rely on them, because not all the parents of disabled children have those networks, because there has been an exclusion for decades and decades that like they don't have those networks. Simply, like, they chat here and there, with like parents at like children's day center or adults day centers, but that's it. We can't. There is not enough of resources to speak about organizing. Like I'm referring also to my family. So, yeah.
Thank you. It sounds so similar, like in Latvia. Okay. Any other questions? Any other comments? Probably. Yeah.
Yeah. Just, continuing the disability conversation, because you, in your theoretical framework, you put those, Eastern European works as part of your framework, and I was wondering in what way you are using this, because so there's this Polish scholar, Natalia Pamuła. I don't know if you are familiar with her work, and Natalia, she shows how, because she did, some of her work was on like women with disabilities during the transformation of the 1990s, and they all would say, well, nothing really changed for us. We were abandoned earlier, and now we are abandoned by the state again. Yeah. So nothing changed. So is this, really this whole framework of transformation, post-socialism, really helpful in disability studies, or should we really just drop it because nothing changed? Or maybe this is just a Polish, by something based on Polish research, and for other countries would be more helpful?
Yes, thank you for a very good question. I know Natalia, I've been in touch with her and had some very nice chats. It is exactly the same in Lithuania, and it's like what I'm opening with, with the critique of this transition narrative, because exactly, so, when we had neoliberalism and, this construction of the progress, and catching up, it really relied a lot on individual achievement, individual success, of course, education opportunities, which we have a lot, but for those families for whom, the care duty is extended, this duty to care is never ending in a way, progress for those families is not achievable, right? They cannot compete, because there isn't enough of support to even compete, like it's just not possible, because you need to fill in those gaps of, care all the time. So, so those families, like also my family, has dropped out, from labor market for ages, for 10 years, that's like really normal. It happens, or even for longer times. So answering, that the transition narrative really obscures a lot of continuity that we have, and that in, like, as I said, that in neoliberalism, they have become even harsher on some families. So that's how I want to keep on working with this. Yeah, it's really interesting. And when bringing in this Eastern European perspective, it's very often like Neringa Klumbita as well. She's a Lithuanian anthropologist, sociologist, so she does work a lot with understanding, of who is excluded from the current idea of the good life, and she works also on this critique of this transition and what does this transition omit, but she doesn't specifically work with disabled people. So that's why it's nice to bring in, like, there are gaps in that, and that's what I'm trying to do.
Okay, thank you. With that, we can end our session. Oh, Anna?
I have all these multiple roles here, so a quick announcement. we're going to have a shorter coffee break for like 15 minutes. I've chatted with the online presenter as well. She's awake. She's in Illinois, in Chicago. It's 4 a.m., but she's awake. So we're going to start at 11:45. And we're going to have only two, because we're going to have only two panelists, because Giovanni couldn't make it. He's in field work. So 15 minutes, we're meeting back 11:45. We're going to start with Shagufta, and then Ritu is going to join us from Chicago, and then you're going to have a little bit longer lunch break before the last, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. We are starting our panel number 6, and it's called Reproduction Under Constraint, Bodies, Environments and Regulation. And we will welcome our first speaker, Shaguta Hamid Ali from Charles University in Prague, talking about assisted reproduction, inequality, and women's lived experiences in Pakistani. Please, Shaguta, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Good day, everyone. My name is Shagufta Hamid Ali. I'm a doctoral student in the Faculty of Humanities, Charles University. Basically, I'm talking about different aspects of assisted reproductive technologies in context of Muslim religion and the culture of Pakistan. So, my paper today is basically about assisted reproduction, inequality, women's lived experiences in Pakistan. So, it's not only about the impact of Muslim religion, rather it is also about the impact of culture in Pakistani context. Okay. So, basically, before starting about my research, it's important to talk about what are ARTs. So basically ARTs are medical procedure that helps to people conceive who cannot conceive naturally. But the scenarios change when there is an effect of culture or the religion. So here you can see whenever the infertile couple in Pakistan go through the assisted reproductive technologies, they are usually have to encounter the first intervention, that is IUI. However, IUI is not itself a ART in strict sense, but the couple have to encounter IUI first, and then they move towards IVF and ICSI. So basically, in Pakistan, more than 95% of community are Muslims. And they have to work and they have to take treatments according to the culture, according to the religion. So in Pakistan, IVF and ICSI are widely reported. However, the other one, like gametes donation or surrogacy, are prohibited. But there are again different sects in Islam, like Shia and Sunni, and Shia sect basically permitting, we can say, the gamete donation permitting in a very flexible way. For some people it is permissible and for some it is not permissible. However, surrogacy, again, the gestational surrogacy is permitted according to Shia sect, but Sunni sect doesn't give permission for this. And the PGT, that is pre-implantation genetic testing, it adds another layer. Like it basically, people are in Pakistan are using PGT for sex selection or gender selection. However, gender selection in Islam is not permissible, but very debatable about it when we talk about in another sect of Islam, that is Shia sect. But again, it is considered to be the serious concern about female embryo discrimination. So, if we talk about why Pakistan, so you can see the number makes it very clear. The scale of the problem is very significant over here. 22% of Pakistani couples face infertility. And 22% is a very high infertility rate. That is the highest one in South Asia. But again, the Pakistani government is not talking about it. They are rather focusing on population control. And they have no such kind of policy regarding infertility or assisted reproductive technology. Again, There are no any programs regarding ARTs or IVF. Rather, one IVF cycle costs up to $5,000. And even 46% of the population who need ART and who are aware of ART have not access of it. So you can see again, there are no national ART laws, like there are no regulatory bodies regarding assisted reproductive technology in Pakistan. Furthermore, the clinics, there are very misleading information regarding the clinics, and what they claim is mostly inappropriate, or we can say the misleading information that they claim success rate that is false. And moreover, we can say another perspective, that is gender selection. It has been widely practiced in clinics, but it is illegal or banned in Pakistan. Moreover, it is even not permissible religiously. There are also when we talk about the cultural impact, so here you can see the women carry all the blame. What does it mean? Either there is male factor infertility or female factor infertility. The blame should have to be carried by women. And furthermore, they just don't carry the blame. They have to face some religious connotations, we can say, like they are capable of casting evil eye. They have some divine punishment. This is why they are infertile. Or they have been possessed by any ghost. That is also can be interpreted as jinn in Arabic language. Or they are basically maybe suffering from some black magic. So basically, my research objective was about to explore the inequalities faced by women during seeking assisted reproductive technologies treatment, and how these ARTs are experienced, negotiated, morally interpreted in Pakistan through social media platform. Basically, my research work is grounded in digital methodological approach. In order to get information about a sensitive topic that is deeply stigmatized in Pakistani society, the internet is that space which has a different story. Through internet, women can share their feelings, their struggles, their sufferings, their experiences, often anonymously, or sometimes it is their first time. So basically, I did ethnography, the term that was introduced by Cosinets. I also basically conducted the interviews that were, we can say, the participants were recruited through even those platforms, those social media platforms or communities that I had observed, the comments and the posts of the community. And these were from Facebook as a social media platform. Furthermore, I also did participant observation because I'm also going through all these basically experiences. But however, my husband is more very supportive in this regard as compared to what I have faced or what I have seen among my respondents. So in previous slide, you have seen that what is the context in which my participants are living. So, well, this is the theoretical, we can say, the paradigms that I have used, the anthropological paradigms. Basically, regarding the reproductive injustice, what they are facing, they they do not have the right or the access to ARTs unless they can have the permission of their in-laws or the permission of their husbands. So they are not just fighting for their rights to have children or to not to have children, even they are fighting to have access to ARTs. So while they are fighting for this, but why they are still working for it, or why they are still to have ART. The reason can be seen another theory by Sarah Franklin, that is hope technology. When they are being criticized, when they are being stigmatized, like one of my respondents said that I cannot go to any event because any female who sees me, they always keep their children, like they do not allow their children to play with me because they consider me unfortunate or inauspicious. Maybe I can cast some evil eye. So they have to be like facing social exclusion if they are infertile. So it's what that is hope technology for them. Like maybe through this they can have children and they can be like out of this all concepts of stigmatization or the labels that they are being facing. So again, Marsha Horn, she said that when people are going through ARTs, the medicine and the culture are overlapping. Whenever they are going through ART, like ART, what I will show you in my findings, that ART is considered to be impure for the people. And there are again so many concepts behind why ART is considered impure for them. Because it is considered that something that is not natural. It's because it is done in laboratory. So people over there consider it against God. So it is something that is impure, not sacred. And therefore, the people have to keep it secret. The women, what they told me that there, I can tell you in like approximately, because I don't have right now percentage, like 97% women told me that I have interviewed or I have gone through the comments. They told me that they are keeping their the treatment secret. They are not telling anyone because of being afraid of stigmatization or any kind of label, or if they have child, that would be considered impure or unlucky or inauspicious. So further, Jack Goody, they are still struggling for children, their biological children, rather they have to go through ART despite of the fact they consider, or people consider it impure because they want their, it's a maybe economic connotation behind this, that they want their children to be from their bloodline, from their lineage, from their nasab, that is called in Pakistan, because they can inherit their property only through bloodline. And for property transfer or property inheritance, they need their bloodline. Therefore, they are working for or going through ART and keeping it sacred without doubt. These are the basically themes that I have derived from my fieldwork. That is, the one is perception regarding ART. I already told you that ART is considered impure and it's permissible, but it's socially and culturally considered as taboo, not part of taboo, not a very, we can say, strict taboo. Furthermore, we can see that even after ARTs, the results are considered to be in the hands of God or Allah. And again, the treatment is always considered unreliable. Rather, it is done very transparent or something, but it is considered unreliable. Furthermore, the behavior of this society, not including me, because I'm not facing such things, but women are blamed, and women are considered are capable of casting evil eye or inauspicious, and furthermore they are also being tortured by their husbands or by their in-laws because they are infertile, or despite of the fact that they are infertile or not, but they are considered to be infertile because they should have to carry the blame. So, and making the male infertility invisible. If we talk about the barriers, they do not have access, they even cannot have decision for the treatment, and they have to cover so much distance to even get one cycle of IVF, because there are very few clinics in Pakistan, and these clinics, the information regarding these clinics cannot be like very visible to all. It's very difficult to collect information which one is good and which one is not. So in order to go there, they should have to get so much money, and whenever they go there, they always have they always have to face so many labels and stigma that you have spent so much money and you are unlucky person, that despite of all these things, you are still unfertile. So there are so many barriers they have to face. So issues from, like they also are facing the discouraging behavior from practitioners, ART clinics, and what I told you about religious and spiritual practices, like they consider, even the female consider that it's their some kind of divine punishment that their ART or IVF cycles are unsuccessful, or either they are infertile. So for this purpose, they even go to other hakims or traditional healers, or because IVF is so costly, so they have to go to hakims, or that is traditional healers or spiritual healers, or some midwives that they guarantee that you will be conceiving. But for this thing, they usually have a very not good end, like the failure of some organs or such things. So if I would be concluding, I would say that the technologies are always shaped by culture and all the aspects of the society. So what I have also seen through my ethnography. Furthermore, ART correlates with financial, economic, and social stress. It also intersects with spiritual curing, and this research will be basically contribute to the broader debate about like reproductive futures, care, or all these technologies. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shagufta. We are welcoming Ritu online, Ritu Ghosh from University of Illinois. Ritu, I see you are there. Please, screen is yours.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me okay? Yes. Okay. Thank you so much. My name is Ritu, and I'm a PhD candidate in anthropology at the University of Illinois, Chicago. I'm currently in the writing stage of my dissertation, and what I'm presenting today is part of a chapter that I'm thinking through. So I would really appreciate any feedback you might have as I structure this. So thank you also to Shagufta for laying out the context of what I'm going to be talking about, the broader context of ARTs, or assisted reproductive technologies, of which surrogacy is one method. So as you may know, surrogacy is a form of assisted reproduction in which the reproductive gestational labor and care work of having a baby is outsourced to someone else. Surrogacy in India has gained a lot of popularity over the last 3 decades, becoming a major transnational commercial hub that generated close to $2.3 billion in annual profits. The industry was unregulated and grew largely unchecked across the country up until very recently. In 2021, the state passed the Surrogacy Regulation Act, criminalizing commercial surrogacy and permitting only altruistic surrogacy for select clients. What this means is that surrogate workers can no longer be compensated for their gestational labor by law. The law also restricts surrogacy as a means for biological parenthood only to heterosexual married couples and single ever married women, even though the Supreme Court of India legally recognizes queer and live-in relationships. So it is worth situating this legislation in its political context. The Surrogacy Regulation Act was passed under the Bharatiya Janata Party, or the BJP, which is a right-wing Hindu nationalist government whose politics center a conservative, majoritarian vision of the traditional patriarchal family, one that valorizes a particular idea of Hindu womanhood that is organized around marriage and a self-sacrificing notion of motherhood, while casting out those who fall outside it. So queer communities, women outside heterosexual marriage, and religious minorities, particularly Muslims. Read in this light, in this context, the law's twin moves of restricting surrogacy to heterosexual married couples and recasting paid reproductive labor as unpaid or altruistic service are not merely incidental. They are expressive of a broader Hindutva project that seeks to regulate who may legitimately reproduce, how, and under what moral terms. So my dissertation research explores the material impacts and social implications of this new legislation in this context and across different actors, with an ethnographic focus on the state of West Bengal, which is the first state in the country to implement the law. Between 2022 and 2024, I conducted interviews with intending parents, medical professionals, state officials, and surrogacy agents in Kolkata, Bengal's capital, to understand the ways in which the industry has changed on the ground and the impacts of the new legislation. I also conducted participant observation in fertility clinics and state offices to map the ways in which the implementation of the law takes place. Along with this, I carried out critical discourse analysis of different legal and state documents regulating surrogacy to better understand the workings of the law as a form of reproductive governance. And I also looked at critical media analysis of Indian films, television, and other media in Bengali and Hindi to examine how surrogacy is represented and moralized in popular culture. So, as I mentioned, the Act does two things. It restricts access to surrogacy to heterosexual married couples and select single women, and it prohibits compensation for surrogate workers. The law's narrow heteronormative prescriptions of who counts as a legitimate parent are significant, and they warrant their own analysis, which I do unpack in my dissertation. But for the purposes of this paper, I focus on the second strand, which is the move to make surrogacy altruistic, and what the prohibition on compensation reveals about how the state values women's reproductive labor. So as you can see on the screen here, the Surrogacy Regulation Act legally permits only altruistic surrogacy, wherein no form of compensation, whether in cash or kind, can be made to the surrogate worker for her reproductive labor. Banning the commercialization of surrogacy services, the Act categorizes commercial surrogacy as a serious criminal offense that is cognizable, non-bailable, and non-compoundable, with strict penalties for actors engaging in commercial surrogacy. Crucially, though, the law does not treat surrogate workers as punishable subjects. The Act states, the court shall presume, unless the contrary is proved, that the woman or surrogate mother was compelled by her husband, the intending couple, or any other relative, as the case may be, to render surrogacy services. Here, the law presumes coercion of the surrogate worker and shifts criminal liability onto other parties for abetment of such offense in the context of commercial surrogacy. So the law operates under the default presumption that surrogate workers are already victims in a commercial surrogacy arrangement with no agency of their own in seeking economic compensation. Of course, the question of agency here is not a simple one. Surrogacy arrangements in India are structured along vast power imbalances where largely low-income, oppressed caste, rural, and often migrant women outsource their reproductive labor to wealthy, urban, dominant caste intending parents. The marginalized social locations of surrogate workers both determine and are determined by the structural conditions that disproportionately impact them, such as the state's rolling back of welfare schemes, limited access to healthcare and education, poor nutrition, and insecure employment in the informal sector. It is these structural conditions that push surrogate workers into forms of clinical labor like surrogacy in the first place. Surrogacy agents I met in the field, some of whom used to be surrogate workers before the law was passed, mentioned that they entered the industry hoping to earn considerably more money during the 9-month period of the pregnancy than they would in their usual work as domestic or agricultural workers. The total earned of about 4 to 5 lakh Indian rupee, which is about 4 to 5,000 US dollars, could significantly address immediate stressors such as paying off any debts, covering medical expenses, building a pakka or permanent house, or saving for a child's wedding. Although some workers believed that this would be a life-changing amount of money and that would help secure upward social mobility, this was rarely the case unless one became a surrogate multiple times, which has now been outlawed. The new law states that one can act as a surrogate only once in her lifetime from a protectionist standpoint that aims to prevent the commercial exploitation of surrogacy. A select committee report states, which is a parliamentary report, that, quote, allowing any woman to be a surrogate only once would go a long way in stopping the black marketing in surrogacy services, and that this restriction will, quote, prevent altruistic surrogacy from becoming forced labor. This clause, among others, exemplifies the masculinist protectionist stance of the state, which introduced the law as a, quote, revolutionary step in the field of women's reform, framing surrogate workers as, quote, poor women whose poverty had been illegitimately exploited and their wombs bought and sold. This protectionist logic also guides the punitive presumptions in the Act that state that surrogate workers must have been coerced into the exploitative world of commercial surrogacy. So as the state here labels the previous phase of commercialism in surrogacy as exploitative, it turns to altruism now in this new phase of regulation, where women's reproductive labor must be unpaid, selfless, and maternal to be legitimate. The same parliamentary report stated that, quote, in case the intention is to earn money, it is a commercial service and is fraught with the risk of exploitation and commodifying the noble instinct of motherhood. Juxtaposing income-generating work with tropes of sacrificial motherhood, the state naturalizes and devalues outsourced reproductive labor, like surrogacy, marking it as necessarily exploitative. Now, it is pertinent to note that the Act and other legal documents around this legislation refer to surrogacy only as a service and not as work or labor unless it is forced, as in forced labor of commercialism. So the only context in which the state names this activity as labor, then, is one of coercion and criminality. Read alongside the Act's presumption that commercial surrogate workers are coerced victims, we can see how the state recognizes reproductive labor as labor only when it is illicit and forced, while legitimate sanctioned surrogacy is recast as selfless service in the case of altruism. Service here is not used by the state in the Marxist feminist sense of social reproduction, but rather as a selfless, voluntary, and altruistic act in service of society. The same report states that the surrogate mother willfully and voluntarily resolves to do something worthwhile for the society and sets an example of being a model woman in society, indulging in altruistic and selfless service as other normal mothers do. There is clearly a lot to unpack here. But But service here, as we can tell, becomes inextricably linked to femininity and motherhood, naturalized and romanticized by the state as altruism, and folding surrogacy work into the broader devaluation of women's care work that feminist scholars have long critiqued. The state does not address how making surrogacy altruistic will solve exploitation. Instead, it reifies gendered subjectivities of women as selfless, nurturing beings whose labor must be deemed free and makes way for further exploitation in the process. And I'll talk about this. Through my fieldwork, I found that despite the severity of the new legislation, commercial surrogacy continues to take place in West Bengal through underground networks, a quiet form of resistance to the law's prescription, or perhaps more accurately, a form of survival. The pace of the industry has slowed, and there are now far fewer registered surrogacy clinics in the country. Fewer surrogates enter the industry now, fearful of the strict criminal law, even though the law presumes their coercion and hence innocence. Interestingly, most interlocutors I spoke to seemed unaware of this and assumed that the law penalized all participants, including surrogate workers, equally. With the new law, the demand for surrogates sharply outpaced the supply, and because of this fear, and a common refrain I heard among interlocutors was, after all, who will do this work for free? A medical professional I spoke to stated, everywhere else, people are not even doing anything without money. So you expect somebody to not take money and carry a baby for 9 months and go through lots of complications? The law or the government can want some ideal scenario, but the practical situation may be slightly different. This slightly different practical situation is the underground market, where intending parents, surrogate workers, and agents informally negotiate the amount and manner of payment to the surrogate. Sometimes payments are disguised among the medical and dietary expenses of the surrogate, sometimes as interest payments on a house loan, and sometimes as direct payments of the surrogate's child's school fees. Since there is no longer a monetary contract due to the new criminal law, there used to be monetary contracts that were informally signed before the law, but now payments are transferred under the table, leaving surrogates with little negotiating power and no legal recourse in cases of exploitation. Surrogates are instead expected to behave with a sort of quiet gratitude that they are being paid at all, despite the fear of criminality and the medical risks of surrogacy involved. Now, what is striking here is how embedded this underground market is within the legal bureaucratic state apparatus. All intending parents I spoke to followed the official process by the book, except for the fact that they secretly paid their surrogates. As a state assumes regulatory control over the industry, it relies on an elaborate and stringent bureaucratic process that is largely oblivious to surrogate workers' material conditions. Many interlocutors described how the West Bengal Health Department is very rigorous about screening and are very strict about the new law. One way in which this strictness translates is through the requirement of mountains of paperwork to apply for surrogacy. And you can see a checklist of documents required by the state here. So identificatory documents, consent forms, affidavits, notarized statements, and more. Surrogate workers must submit copies of their Aadhaar cards, which are government-issued ID cards, birth certificates, and marriage certificates. While most workers do have Aadhaar cards, very few have birth or marriage certificates, and they often have to scramble retrospectively to obtain this kind of official documentary proof, navigating significant issues of access in the process. Alongside the identificatory documents, all other forms and affidavits are in English and Hindi, which are languages most workers in Bengal cannot read or write. A case in point here is the consent certificate that surrogate workers need to sign, that you can see here, the first page of the consent certificate. Along with the language barrier, the document is dense with legal and biomedical terminology like follicular recruitment, cryopreservation, ultrasound-guided oocyte recovery, and so on, and that is inaccessible to most workers or most people who are not familiar with this field. Although clinics are required to translate and explain these documents to workers before they sign them, consent can be said to be manufactured here already through the illegibility and opacity of the process. The stakes here are starkly asymmetrical, as we can see. An incomplete understanding of risky biomedical and legal intervention imposed on a marginalized worker's body against the inconvenience of privileged intending parents who are making repeated trips to a magistrate's office. Bureaucracy serves to favor the privileged, even as it deepens the structural vulnerability of already marginalized surrogate workers. This is but one instance of the multiple modes in which reproductive governance operates in India, from the word of the law and its framing of surrogacy as selfless service to its bureaucratized implementation. Across each register, the state does not so much protect surrogate workers as construct them as coerced victims, as selfless mothers, as women whose labor must be free. In recasting paid reproductive labor as altruistic service, the Act does not end exploitation, but pushes it underground, beyond contract, beyond compensation, and beyond legal recourse, while reifying the very gendered subjectivities on which that exploitation depends. Thank you so much.
And I'm welcoming Shagota for panel. While you are considering your questions, probably I will start with the first question to Ritu. I was wondering about the very important concept is altruism in your work. How do you describe, or did you have any information how surrogate mothers they feel about this change, and do they feel, probably, maybe I'm pushing this, threatened, or how, could you open a bit more about altruism in their perspective?
Sure, thank you for that. So the first iteration of the Act, which was a surrogacy regulation bill, came out in 2016. So it's been 5 years of parliamentary debate before the Act was passed. And in 2016 was when the move to altruism was pushed by the state. So there has been a lot of resistance by surrogate workers. There have been documented protests in different parts of the country that surrogate workers have come out, in protest of this push to altruism, saying that, this bill has been passed without, talking to us and what we need. We don't necessarily think this is a blanket case of exploitation that is happening everywhere. In my research, I chose not to include surrogate workers as such in the research because of the fear that I sensed in general with the new law and the structural vulnerability that workers already had. So that's a methodological choice I've made. But the push to altruism is not something that most actors in the industry, not just surrogates, but also intending parents and medical professionals are not the happiest about, because it has made this, because it's not really happening, right? Unless the only context in which true altruism is taking place is in kin networks, where somebody's family member is acting as an altruistic surrogate to help out, someone's sister-in-law, etc., the family. So in most other cases where a surrogate is being hired through, surrogacy agents or through, somebody's domestic help or some other network where most of these surrogate workers are already marginalized socially, these are not truly altruistic, and there is payment under the table that is taking place. So it's just become something that has been pushed underground, which I do believe was it was also a strategic decision, by the state to not ban surrogacy in its entirety, but to do this altruistic setup instead, which makes it look like a lot of work is going on, a lot of regulation is going on, and this bureaucratization, this hyper, rigorous state intervention, while on the ground, actually, this just, this pushing of the real problem underground, and then no real taking away rights and welfare and protection, legal protection of surrogate workers. So I hope that answers your question to some degree.
Yeah, thank you. And I see a question in the auditory on the back.
Thank you so much for both your papers. If I may, I would have a question to each of the presenters. So, Chef Gupta, I was wondering about your methodology. Is Facebook really such an anonymous place? And also, was there a kind of selection bias that you maybe got people who actually, who had something to complain about, because you were making this distinction between you, where everything was better, and then people who kind of vented on Facebook? And I was wondering whether that's maybe a result of the recruitment process. And then to Rito, thank you so much for this research. I was waiting for someone to do research after the bill had been passed, and I was wondering, on the one hand, now that you talk about altruism, how is this, in this bureaucratic procedure, how is altruism proven? Do they, create some personal relationships, so to say? And I was also wondering why West Bengal specifically was an early implementer, because at that time it was governed by an opposition party, and as you said, it was conceived in the bill was conceived in a very politically charged environment as well.
May I?
Yeah, please, Shagota.
Okay. Basically, I forgot to mention that this is just a part of my doctoral dissertation. So basically, for my research in this ethnography, I have been focusing on the comments since 2022. So it was not necessary that all of the comments were in negative. Rather, there were also many comments that were positive. However, it was based on the informed consent. I have interviewed only those women who were willing to give me the data or who are willing to share their experiences. So it was the disclosure of my research in the private groups, because these groups were private. Only the women who are undergone certain ART treatments were the members of that groups. And after the informed consent, they were willing to give me the data. So it was totally based on the informed consent, and it was just, we can say, sort of validity or the reliability of my data then, when I will be going for my field work, and where I would have face-to-face interviews with my colleagues. And there were many participants who are willing to even give me data, or they are willing for in-depth interviews when I will be back to country and I will have the interviews with them. I hope the answer is sufficient.
So, Ritu?
Yes, I can take the next question. Thank you so much. They are such important questions, and both of which I do go into in my dissertation as well. So firstly, how is altruism proven? And there is this entire, I do have a section that I'm writing as well about that. There is actually no proof of altruism, which is why I think this is an easy kind of way for the state to look like it is doing something about this problem it has manufactured of exploitation and sensationalized, even though, it's not I don't want to mean at all that exploitation does not take place. But the way in which the state has framed this is almost in a sensational manner. So, and this is, not, they could have regulated it in a different way. But coming back to how altruism is proven, there is no way in which the state goes back to check if the arrangement was truly altruistic. So what happens is there's this entire bureaucratic process of how to get approval from the state for surrogacy, where you have this entire document checklist. You have to submit all of these documents. If all your documents are okay, which most of the cases they're not, so the state will go back and ask the intending parents for more documents, or so on. After the document process, the state calls the intending parents and the surrogate worker and the surrogate worker's husband, if the surrogate worker is married still, to come in for an in-person interview with the state authority board that oversees surrogacy and adjudicates surrogacy applications. So firstly is in part of the documents that they have to submit, there is an affidavit that the surrogate has to sign, that is notarized by an advocate as well, that states that I am voluntarily consenting to do altruistic surrogacy. So there is that document that says that I'm doing voluntary surrogacy, altruistic surrogacy. And in the interview that the state conducts, there is so the state asks the intending parent and the surrogate worker that that this is an altruistic arrangement, right? That there is no exchange of money that is taking place here. There is no takar len-den in Bengali. And both parties agree and they say no. So there is essentially a performance of altruism and if that performance is convincing enough for the state, you get approval. So I do remember one of the intending parents also telling me that, we would just all we would try our best to convince them that it is truly altruistic, and then hope that it all goes along well. So that's the extent to which the state checks for altruism. And if that performance is fine, I did speak to state officials as well, and I asked them, how do you check? And they said, oh, well, that's, you need permission from the higher authorities and the higher ups to ask me a question like that. Just the interview is, and then when I asked intending parents and people who had gone through the process, they were like, yeah, there's no check really. The interview is where it ends. So that is the proof of altruism for the state, from what I gather. And secondly, why West Bengal was the first state? I was also very curious about this fact, because West Bengal for many years has been a bureaucratically very slow state. So I was very surprised to hear it was the first state to implement the law. And secondly, considering up until now, the opposition party to the BJP that has led the state since independence. So, I mean, it's actually not a politically charged thing, from what I gathered. I tried to find out as much as I could about why West Bengal was the first state, but what I found out was because the West Bengal State Surrogacy Board that was created when the act was passed, was headed by not a bureaucrat, as was seen in many other states of the country, but by a doctor who specialized in fertility and ART. So I believe that the doctor who headed the board was herself very passionate and about surrogacy and making sure that the implementation took place quickly. There were no hang-ups around or hold-ups around how this would pass. To this date, many states still are still in the process of creating these boards, creating these committees and surrogacy. So West Bengal, in fact, gets a lot of these requests from intending parents outside the state saying, I'm not able to, my state still doesn't have a board yet. I don't know how to go and get approval because there's no state system in place. So can we do it here? For which then you have to go to the center and ask for approval. If you can, shift states and carry out your surrogacy case once approved in West Bengal. But the reason from what I heard from interlocutors was that it was just the fact that it was a doctor and somebody, supposedly ethical, passionate, etc., a doctor who decided to was in charge rather than a bureaucrat who did not have much sense of how things actually work in the medical world and so on. Thank you so much for that. I hope that helps.
Thank you. Do we have any other? Oh, I see two questions in the audience.
This is just a comment. Thanks so much for this wonderful panel. And I have a comment for Shagufta. That would be really fascinating to do this comparative study between what you presented in the context of Pakistan with, for instance, Poland, where IVF is such a controversial issue because of the church stand. I mean, people do it all the time, but the church is against it. It's perceived as sinful because of the protection of other embryons, and that that it's changing God's will and so on and so forth. So it would be really fascinating to put like Catholicism and Islam and Pakistan or Poland, or Pakistan if you are in the Czech Republic. So then Czech Republic is very secular, but Slovakia is Catholic. So that would be, if you are looking for ideas for your postdoc, I think that's. So thank you so much. That was great.
Thank you so much. Yes, it is very appreciable. You are giving me this idea, and yeah, I have been listening all these things. Whenever I talk about such things, like in Muslims, women are facing such things, and my teacher is like, yeah, it's also in a Catholic system, and I would be like, oh, I should have a comparison, but what I say, there's a lot of things in my plates that I have to do, so I am still working on it. I should have to cover the Muslim religion first, and then for postdoc, I will be focusing on Catholicism. Sure. Yeah, it would be very fascinating.
Hi Ritu, good to see you. Okay, I want to ask about the normative push of your research in a thought experiment way. Also, what alternatives you imagine, because you have been working in this. So I wonder if it would be much better if the ban wasn't there. Do you think that would be a much better situation? Given that surrogacy, when it happens commercially, does happen in very unequal sort of setups. It is often marginalized people economically, caste-wise, religion-wise, etc., who are used as surrogates. Do you think if it was not banned, then there would be much legal recourse? Or do you think that has been the case historically, that when it was not illegal, it was much better, and so on? While the language the state uses, which is of like a selfless mother and a normal mother, good mother, etc., is a problem, if the state was instead arguing that people's bodies are not for sale and therefore we ban surrogacy, would that have been more palatable perhaps? So what do you imagine is an alternate to this situation which would serve better perhaps? Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Jyotirupa. Good to see you as well. Thanks for that, actually. I think, I don't mean to say that, that like I said, there is no exploitation and that this isn't an, unequal situation to begin with. Even before the ban, there was no law at all. So it's not like surrogacy was legal per se, commercial surrogacy. It was just unregulated. So there was no law governing the industry at all. But the structural conditions and the structural power imbalances between surrogates and intending parents remain the same, and they continue to remain the same now. I think what could, like in an alternate, just universe, maybe what could have been done is to regulate so there are some good things that the state has, come up with, such as the fact that mandating insurance coverage for for the surrogate worker for 3 years postpartum. It could have been more, but that was not there before. So that is something, considering how risky a process surrogacy is, that is there in place. Then, the fact that on paper a surrogate can terminate the pregnancy at any point, and she has the say here, although those are, again, that is a contested, considering these structural imbalances, it's not as simple as just having the right to do something rather than it, translating on the ground. But yeah, I would imagine a more, regulating it along the lines of compensation would be a better way to do it, perhaps. Like maybe regulating how payments are made, making sure there is a monetary contract in place so that surrogates are paid every trimester, say, and maybe put a ceiling on how much, they can be paid. And there are these other things. The law also says the fact that, yeah, a surrogate can a woman can act as a surrogate only once. But the logic behind it is to prevent the black market of surrogacy, rather than looking at like health factors that do come up, right? It's such a hyper medicalized process. So that would be, I think, one way in which, in an alternate just universe. And secondly, I'm trying to remember what your next question was. Could you repeat that? Sorry.
No, this is good. I think we're okay for now.
Okay, cool.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
So thank you, Ritu. For now, do we have any other question on the audience? Okay.
Hi, I had a short or long question in regards to the first speaker about Pakistan. I come from a slightly different field. I come from forensic psychology, but we talk a lot about the social system and basically where people end up and where the youths end up. And I was curious, as there is such a high level of infertility in Pakistan for couples, and of course adoption is not a cure for infertility. I still wonder whether this kind of like heavy stigmatization of using modern technology as an intervention to help people build families, is there perhaps less of a negative stigma when it comes to adoption and completing or creating families in that way, or whether it's still regarded as something negatively stigmatized due to the fact that it kind of forces people to publicize their infertility?
Thank you for the question. Let me tell you, the data about infertility is still like not so much recent. It's more than 5 years old, and we still don't know what is the infertility rate of recent years, and it is now higher than before E1. The reason that people or organizations or government is not focusing on infertility rate is the population rate. People are focusing on, government is focusing on population control either. They are, whenever I was searching about the infertility rate in Pakistan, it's always like the what I get from international organizations report or the national report, that what is the population fertility rate in Pakistan and how we can control it. So it's all about fertility rate, and this is the reason that I would be focusing, that this is the reason that ART clinics are being neglected, and the data, the database, the regulations regarding infertility or ART are, we can say, absent in Pakistan. And another thing about adoption, yeah, it's a very good idea, and what we think that adoption can solve all these problems. But what I told you about the Jack Goody's we can say, theory, that is property inheritance, the people in Pakistan are Muslim. They rather focus on bloodline, that is lineage and nasab. So they prefer to have the child of their bloodline. Adoption is a very, very last option when you don't have any sort of problem of veil even. Like there is an issue of mehram and na-mehram, that is you should have to veil, or from the person you should have to cover your face like I have done. So if there is a non-mehram. So this is the kind, like if you bring some male in your house in Muslim, so you should have to cover, if even there is mother, she have to cover her face, or she have to cover her even hair from the person if the child comes to the puberty age. So it's a kind of very difficult for Muslims to adopt. And therefore, the ART is complicated over here, and people like going for adoption, they rather go for ART and they try for their biological child. And this is the reason the donation is also not permissible in Pakistan and even in Islam. Thank you.
Thank you, Shaguta. Thank you, Ritu. We are closing this panel. Thank you. And you are welcome for the lunch break. And meeting back at 2 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Well, hello everybody and welcome back. And I'm glad to welcome you to the last panel of this very interesting and rich conference, which is titled Embodied Knowledge and Reproductive Experience. And we will have in this panel 3 speakers. At the same time, I would like to remind you that at 3:30, so 3:30, you are welcome to the exhibition tour in our exhibition in preparation, which is titled The Unaccounted Technologies of Life and the Future Human, and which is curated by Kaspars Vanags, director of the museum you met yesterday, Igor Zgubenko, who moderated 2 panels here yesterday, myself, and with big contribution by our chief researcher, Anna Żabicka, who organized this conference as well, and of course with a lot of input from all the museum's team. So I'm very glad to see you here, and I'd like to announce the first speaker. It will be Kamila Kuna, who is presenting the text by Laima Jaunzema. Laima Jaunzema is a Latvian choreographer and researcher working at the intersection of body politics and gender. And Kamila Kuna is her collaborative partner, and she is also putting the presentation of Laima Jaunzema in dialogue with her own propositions. And as usually, we have the session of the questions and answers after all 3 presentations. Welcome, Kamila.
Okay, thank you so much, Mara. I will actually not gonna even bother to put a presentation on, and I would just kindly ask you to sit back, or stand up, actually, if you are sitting the whole day. Make yourself as comfortable as you can. This is gonna be a shared experience, an essay that was written by Laima in 2021. And how we even started to talk about it. We are actually an artist duo, so we know each other very well. That's why I'm here to present her text. She asked me to do it. And yeah, in February, when I told her that I'm like 7 weeks pregnant, the first thing that she started to open up was about the miscarriage and about these experiences that she had. And we are an artist duo, we are very close because we work with bodies, we work with people, we work with processes, and it was the first time that I actually heard this story from her. So yeah, that's why I'm here today, to read a part of it and then reflect a bit on it. All my babies bleed in toilet. Miscarriage is the spontaneous loss of fetus before the 20th week of pregnancy. Pregnancy losses after the 20th week are called stillbirth. Miscarriage is a naturally occurring event, unlike medical or surgical abortion. My body lives with the experience of 4 miscarriages. I'm able to really relate to only 3 of them as a conscious of being and wanting to be pregnant. The spectrum of changes from one time to another times and shifts to relate to such events make me ponder on the vague idea about something that might be developed here within, practice of miscarrying. It is rather a bloody event, as a matter of fact, also very painful. In a sense of accumulating the experiences, I'm also in particular ways glad of having more than 1 miscarriage experience, for the reason the relation to it in a way matured out of hurt feelings, shame, frustration, intimate insecurity, self-pity, reasoning, looking for words, sadness, confusion, and the loss, the most complicated one to actually figure out. I decided to voice this experience not only in my personal notebook, for the reason of feeling deeply weirded out and tired of social expectations to silence the failures. Yet how they circle around and within and would mold people into amnesia of what it is to feel and acknowledge what is felt, not only by oneself, but as interlinked resonances and shared lives. In my opinion, there is a lot of completely unnecessary information about pregnancies. I really agree with this, but not much of a shared information about nightmarish parts of it on behalf of the percentage of people who fail to present the happy outcome of such an event as a pregnancy. Not to even talk about how, within official rights for support, time, space to handle it, the only place where it strangely matters is my medical record, and the suggestion after not to lift heavy objects for 2 weeks. I am not discarding the intimacy of such experience, or right for the silence if so, but what I'm refusing is the structures of silencing. For example, already on the very first level, here in Latvia, and I'm sure in many other parts of the world, it is culturally a tone not to announce your pregnancy before the 3 months had passed. Of course, you can tell whoever you wish to tell, but overall, it's a practiced superstition, so that if you start to tell, something bad will happen, and well, it does, often. I can be pregnant for 3 months, and it suggests for me to not talk about it. But why? I was told, for example, in some ways, it is for the reason that the first 3 months are rather delicate for the fetus in the womb to continue to develop, or not to develop. How funny, if I'm not aware of it. And it might be most of the people prefer not to share it, to skip then the explanation why the pregnancy had stopped, if it did so. Great for the fetus, if it is really protected by this explanation, but what I'm about my body that is displaced by the changes of hormones, absolutely irritated by never-ending sickness, what do I do with it? Hide it or keep receiving strange judgments of what I'm a psycho I am? However, I think this sort of relation is a construct of silencing structures and a wider social inability to discuss sensitive matters, inability to equally relate to all kinds of bodies and body experiences, choices and missing choices. The bodies these silencing structures strike the most. For me, they are the frontliners of teaching values and queering the world out of its norms, holding the heart dear for all the beautiful monsters and failures. However, this time I will refer to what's considered a female body just because I have this ongoing luck to handle my female body. Even though this text is titled about miscarriages, it is also an attempt and a wish to talk more openly, yet critically and even if annoyingly to some, about what people go through with their bodies as life feels, and not feel lame over and over again, as if speaking about it brings up something very inappropriate in the room. How to really include or exclude these opinions from the body that anyhow bleeds every month and has all kind of other rather strange energy and time-demanding performances of itself and its systems. And who am I to really say how to, if to feel this wish for babies, if it is somehow rather existentially lurking unknown? So for me, the question might be placed rather like this. Do I feel like being an engaged and loving parent? Well, it goes, I am parenting my own losses at the moment. I was born too. There is not really any other way I have to appear and have all these opinions. Other trouble here is the question, where does my decision-making really start and where does it end? First, miscarriage. The first miscarriage is a massacre memory. Still, I want to hide the detailed facts of how it all really happened in a sense of just happening between other things. Have environments made me absolutely dizzy to feel any ground with it all. It still makes me very sad and very shameful to relate to. As well, I was alone with a specific ongoing displacement coordination. Normal EU situation, normal immigrant from Eastern Europe, passing a white privilege, emerging artist having the chance and privilege for the access to most vibrant and challenging art education institution. And life in a city I could not afford. Eventually you start to do strange things. Eventually you go slightly insane to collide all the identities under the survival mechanisms of proving the right to be. Even it was not new for me to be an immigrant, constantly reflecting on my poverty background, and as well I had some people to talk with, but this insane feeling of how my own little girl was hurt by this all. How I was not able to place it, nor able to really understand what kind of care my body really needs. nor even feel any emergency within myself to sort of slow down and give some kind of mature acknowledgement of what had happened, nor having courage to really address my alienated relation to my own body and darkness of it all. To live outside the fantasy, to coordinate the mundane, the routine, the boredom, and the responsibilities, to accept life also as an actual reality, it came very, well, let's put it like this. I had no tools to actually handle it. So you learn the most radical ways that maybe in the first place looks like motivation, ambitions, but actually is a very particular coping mechanism that eventually will fail. With the second pregnancy, I was already in a partnership with my love. 3 or 4 pregnancies had bled in different toilets. First one in a hospital, mentally between Moscow and Riga. Second one at home. That did not feel like home, but also I did not feel like going to the hospital because I did not want to experience what they have to say there about it all. I just wanted to be what it is, blood and tears. It was just falling out, not like the first time I went in hospital because I knew ahead of time it was not alive anymore. I wanted to cry and no one else to be involved with their medical distance of emotions. Statistics say this. About 31% of pregnancies confirmed after implementation end in miscarriage. Larger study of recurring miscarriage concludes that 16% of people will miscarry the next pregnancy after their first miscarriage. 25% of people are expected to have a third consecutive miscarriages after 2 miscarriages, and 45% are expected to have fourth, and 54% are expected to have fifth, so the numbers go only up. Well, it is of course a process with all of kinds of stages, and most likely all kinds of viewpoints involved differently for different people. However, there's not even a recognized ritual for this kind of event in this modern society to mourn through it. It is such a strange loss. It is put in very medical words to express, but the feelings and emotions coming with it, it is as if I did something terribly wrong, as if I'm catastrophe within. Only in retrospect it is notable what kind of strangeness it brings into handling life and other events of it, how it positions some parts of the capacity and motivation of oneself, what kind of silenced anxieties become present, how it compensates, and how strange fears becomes to lurk into every single around being alive, as if I see potential of death into every single matter of certain fragility. Besides being a text, this is some sort of distorted ritual to reshape the experience into some kind of other existence of relate to process within and place it as a memory, also outside of only my own secret life. I'm Camilla, and I'm 24 weeks pregnant. I have not had any miscarriages, and as my first pregnancy, it has been rather smooth physically. Yet, I somehow struggle with similar issues and topics Lima has felt throughout her first miscarriages. Structure of silencing. I still have not told many people I'm pregnant because I fear to be received differently and have a different gaze. I fear that colleagues might not take me seriously because I'll be leaving soon, and when I told them the news, they were mostly worried just how the processes are going to go without me. Expectations on what this process is for a woman, in short. In the capitalistic system, I'm scared to be less productive, less performative since I'm growing a human being, and it takes a lot of resources like energy, small talks, presence, niceties, as the women are taught to perform constantly. Pregnancy as privilege. To protect myself, I have chosen a job where I can own my maternity leave, making decisions to stand back from the art projects I actually care about, but that are not financially secure. Makes me experience with my whole body the uncertain financial systems for creatives. All medical personnel are referring to my partner as my husband, assuming I'm married and together in a heteronormative relationship. Also, pregnancy includes death. identity death, grieving who you were before, grieving what your body used to look like, grieving the chance to escape, grieving the career steps you are giving up for a while. It's a lived experience, one where you actually feel with your whole body the inequality between men and women. How women have to prove they are still worth space when becoming a mother, not only quitting the money-making machines, which seems equal to becoming silenced for a while, not doing any good for the capitalism. Yet, the babies are expected as miracles to increase the demographic situation and build our future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Laima and Camilla, for sharing these first-person narratives, which are opening up so many structural and systemic problems, and we have possibility to discuss with the presenters later in the questions and answers session. And now I'm very happy to present Augusta Dementeviciene, who is lecturer at the Institute of International Relations and Political Science at the Vilnius University. And her research focuses on the intersection of posthumanist political theory, science and technology studies, and feminist epistemology. Yes, welcome, Augusta.
I will just briefly check, okay, if it's... okay. So, to connect with the previous presentation, it's my first conference after 3 kids, so it's... and still 2 is sitting in the yard with a grandmother, so I'm trying not to look for the balcony, but so everything is possible, and I'm very happy that I'm here. So I hope, so I wrote my text because I haven't slept for 2 days, and I knew that I couldn't do the presentation while coping with the children somewhere around, so I will read, and please be, how to say it, caring, let's say, like that. So I knew that it will be quite hard for me to speak again in the conferences, because it's also a practice that you have to repeat and everything. So I was searching for the figure who would help me, and I find her. And I will try to briefly explain myself. So I hope that she will help me to go through this process. The slashed beauty in the title refers on one level to the anatomic Venus that you can see here, the wax figure whose torso has been opened, whose organs are displayed, whose beauty is precisely the beauty of being cut open and made available. But the phrase also carries something more unsettling, the idea that what is being slashed is not only a body, but a subject behind it. The knowing, suffering person whose experience does not survive the translation into medical spectacle. This talk also sits in the intersection of few research trajectories in my broader work. The first is ongoing study of anti-vaccination communities in Lithuania as an epistemological phenomenon, not a misinformation problem, but as a structurally produced alternative truth regimes. The second is a long-standing theoretical interest in how biomedical power shapes embodied experience, drawing particularly on feminist posthumanist theory. What I am tracing today is a thread that connects these two, the structural relationship between epistemic authority and the medically managed body. And also during the presentation, you will see some citations from the new, it's not new, but renewed survey about woman perspective on birth giving. I will talk about it a little bit later. So when you see small citations, it's coming from them. And we just started this research. The quantitative data is already used in Lithuania for 5 years, but the qualitative stories were sitting there waiting for somebody to take care, and we started out of it so it's just a few of them. So the argument in this talk, briefly stated, is medicine renders the body maximally visible while making the subject epistemically absent. This is not a failure of medicine, it is a constitutive gesture of one that has consequences not only for individual encounters, but for the political conditions in which post-truth medical distrust becomes possible. So the Venus. I want to take a moment with this image before I say anything theoretical, because the image, I think, is doing significant work. She lies open, composed, exquisite, serene in her open cavity. This is the Venerina, made by Clemente Susini in 1782, now held at the Museum di Palazzo Borghi in Bologna. She is made of wax, anatomically precise to the finest detail, with a real human ear. Her organs can be removed and replaced layer by layer. She was designed to teach, specifically to teach obstetrics and anatomy to students who would go and manage and deliver the bodies of women like her. In some versions of this figure, the removable layers include a fetus in the womb. I want to sit with the strangeness of what we are looking at. The Venerina is beautiful. Her face is arranged in something between serenity and calmness, and yet she is split open, her interior available to any hand that reaches it. She cannot consent, she cannot speak, she cannot tell you whether it hurts. She was never mean to. This is not an incidental feature of the object, it is the condition of its pedagogical possibility. The Venerina works as a teaching tool, precisely because the question of her experience has been set aside, aestheticized, displaced, made irrelevant. The interior is the lesson, the person is not. The attention body as knowledge object, subject as epistemically absent, is the starting point of everything that follows. The museum itself offers us the key to the structure I am tracing. The official notation at Palazzo Borghi describes the Venerina as representing the agony of a young woman in her last instant of life as she abandons herself to death voluptuously, whatever that word means. It's an agony indistinguishable from voluptuousness. Voluptuousness, I had to check in the dictionary, it's like being beautifully calm. A very interesting, let's say, way of being in death and in pain. I want to spend a moment with this phrase because it's not an anachronism for an accidental aesthetic. It is the medicine foundational interpretive move. The woman's agony is acknowledged, it is real, it is seen, it is a part of the description, but is translated immediately into something else, into voluptuousness, into beauty, into aesthetic that makes the object available and not threatening, and not something unbeautiful. Her experience is not what is being recorded. What is being recorded is the surface, the visible, the available to sight and to touch. This translation from lived pain to aesthetical spectacle is the gesture this talk names as medicine enduring epistemic structure. And what I want to argue is that this structure is not confined to the 18th century, to wax figures, or to the history of anatomy. Its persistent, transformed but recognizable form in contemporary obstetric care, the Venerina and the laboring women in Lithuanian hospital are connected not by historical continuity, but by structural tensions. This talk's core claim, and I want to state it precisely as possible because it is very easy to misread, and I want to distinguish it clearly from the version that's already well established in feminist critique. The standard feminist critique of abstractive care says woman pain is invisible, silenced, and ignored. Medicine does not hear what women say. This is true and it's important, but I am arguing something different and in some respects almost the inverse. Obstetric pain is extraordinarily visible. It is catalogued on scales from 1 to 10. It is measured in dilation centimeters, in fetal heart rate variability, in contraction duration and frequencies. It is managed with epidurals, with oxytocin, with positioning protocols, and so on and so on. Even in certain cultures and media contexts, it is even the most intensively monitored and documented bodies in modern medicine. It is not in a very precise It is, in a very precise sense, hyper-visible. What is denied is not the visibility. What is denied is epistemic authority, the capacity of the suffering subject to produce valid knowledge about her own bodily experience. The asymmetry here is fundamental. A woman saying something is wrong is not treated as the same as kind of knowledge claims as a fetal monitor saying the same thing. A woman saying, I cannot bear this position, does not carry the same institutional weight as a protocol that specifies she must remain supine in one another way. And a woman's account of her pain is a data to be processed by apparatus, not testimony to be taken on its own epistemical terms. And this asymmetry is captured precisely by one of the respondents in my birth-giving survey, Lithuania Longitudinal Birth Experience Study spanning from 2021 to 2024, which forms part of the empirical basis for this paper. So she wrote in 2021, what surprised me most was that my capacity to decide was diminished under the cover of the medicine. Under the cover of the medicine, not against it, not despite it, covered by it. That formulation, the cover of medicine, is extraordinarily precise. It describes a structure in which the institutional apparatus simultaneously invokes care and removes the agency. The body is attended to, and precisely through that attendance, the subject authority over her own experience is suspended. The Venerina is 18th century. The structure she embodies maximum bodily visibility, minimal epistemic authority for the suffering object is acutely concentrated in contemporary obstetric care. Three instruments make this concrete, each in the different register. The fetal monitor, the pain scale, the protocol, and so on and so on. And what also and in the back, one respondent in the 2024 survey described the result of this structure with extraordinary comparison. I felt like just a milk combine to be released as fast as possible. The milk combine is not a body in pain. It is a productive biological unit to be managed, processed, and discharged. This is the hypervisible body, epistemically absent subject, not as theoretical abstraction, but as lived institutional experience. And to understand why the structure is so persistent and why it cannot simply be fixed through the better training or more empathetical communication, which is typically how obstetric violence reforms its frames, I turn to Donna Haraway figure of the cyborg. The cyborg, as Haraway introduces it in the 1984 manifesto, 85 manifesto, or 84, whatever, is a blasphemous being. It's two versions. It is a hybrid, neither fully organic nor fully technological, neither fully natural nor fully cultural. This, crucially, it refuses what Haraway calls the origin story, the fantasy of a poor, pre-social, pre-institutional body that precedes its encounter with power. The cyborg is constituted in and through those encounters. It does not have an outside from which it enters the apparatus. It's already intimate with the apparatus that constitutes it. This is the theoretical claim with political and analytical consequences. The standard account of obstetric violence, including most feminist accounts, tends to presuppose something like a pre-institutional body. A woman with her own experience of pain and her own knowledge of her body. who then encounters medical power which distorts, silences, or overrides what she knows. On this account, the solution is restoration. Give the woman back her voice, make the institution listen, reform the encounter. Harvey post-humanism perspective make this restoration impossible, not because the woman's suffering is not real, but because there was never a pure bodily experience that preceded its institutional production. The laboring body in the hospital is constituted in and through the medical encounter, through the monitor, the protocol, the scales, the drug, and the room. This does not mean the suffering is not real. It means we cannot theorize it as if it were prior to the apparatus. This is not a pessimistic claim, it is a diagnostic one that opens different political possibilities. And very shortly, so I want to be, the conventional account, whether feminist or ethical, says obstetric pain is a pre-institutional raw bodily experience. Medicine subsequently distorts or silences it. I think that's something more unsettling. Obstetric pain is not pre-institutional, it is co-produced within entanglement of the body, technology, and clinical protocol. The pain a woman experiences in labor is not identical to what she would feel outside the institutional settings. It is shaped by her position on the bed, by the ambient anxiety of the room, by whether she has been told to push or to wait, by whether the epidural has been granted or refused, by whether she has eaten, by whether her partner is present, by whether the protocol allows her to move, and so on and so on and so on. So she is already inside the apparatus that constitutes her. And the laboring body is not outside the machine, it's already entered. And nobody asked, this, the last citation, nobody asked permission to touch your body. I often felt like an object, not a person. The object-person distinction is exactly the hypervisible body, epistemically absent subject distinction that this paper traces from the Venerina to the obstetric word. And I had more, but it will be enough. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Augusta, for providing us yet another perspective about bodily experience and epistemic violence and power structures described in medical and scientific perspectives. And now I would really love to invite our last speakers on today's conference, which is Emma Pleška and Chipo Harper, who are representing University of Limerick. Unfortunately, the speaker announced in the program, Tetiana Kinchevska, couldn't come, so we have Chipo Harper, who is joining the presenting team. And Emma Pleška and Chipo Harper are representing a team of ethnic minority women who are researching autonomy, decision-making, and consent in reproductive health, and they will tell more about their research project, which is based on extensive field work, as I know. Please.
Last but not least, so continuing on from the last presentation, first of all, thank you for the invitation and for having us here today. It's very interesting to be here for the last 2 days. As research assistants, we always try to see issues from all points of views and perspectives, and being here today, we have noticed similarities that women face worldwide. When it comes to reproductive health, and with our presentation, you will be able to notice the similarities for ethnic minority women in Ireland when they try to access healthcare in relation to reproductive health. So, the first slide. This research focuses on understanding how women from different ethnic minority communities experience decision-making, consent, communication, and healthcare services. We will share some findings from our study and discuss 3 life stories that highlight both barriers and supports to autonomy in healthcare. never used one of these before. Our intention for today, as mentioned, we are briefly introducing the study, which is just reaching phase 2 of the research, and then invite discussions and reflections on what these findings mean. Our research was guided by 2 main questions. How do ethnic minority women experience decision-making, consent, and autonomy in reproductive healthcare? The second question, what factors either support or prevent women from experiencing autonomy over their healthcare decisions? These questions are very important because autonomy is a fundamental principle of healthcare, but many women continue to experience barriers that limit their ability to make informed choices. This project uses a participatory peer research approach. This means that members of the communities involved in the study are directly involved as researchers rather than simply participants. The research team includes peer researchers from different ethnic minority backgrounds, a project coordinator, and an academic researcher. With this approach, we improve access to communities, build trust, and ensure the voices of all participants are represented authentically. As the Roma peer research working with the Roma women, this approach allowed women to speak more freely and open up more as I was able to understand the culture and the language. As a Roma peer researcher, one thing that stood out to me was how often women spoke about not being listened to. While each community was different, many experiences of dismissal and communication barriers were remarkably similar.
The communities that we worked with were Ukrainian, Roma, and we had Irish travelers, and then Sudanese or Arabic-speaking North African women, and then we had Zimbabwean or Sub-Saharan African English-speaking women. The research is in 2 phases. The first one is focus group discussion, where we co-designed interviews with the members of the different communities, as Emma mentioned earlier. And the second part is to do arts-based workshops to try and elicit the experiences of these women. Fieldwork for phase 1. So far, we have had focus group discussions and individual interviews with 61 women. The form of this was interesting because some women, depending on their cultural backgrounds, did not feel comfortable talking in a group setting about their reproductive health experiences. So we tailored each discussion to the particular people group that we were working with. We're now going to present 3 cases or 3 examples from our focus group. The first one is of a lady called Ira, and she's a lady from Ukraine who needed to get a breast cancer screening. The second one is the story of a lady called Sandra, and she's a Roma woman who experienced pregnancy loss. And then lastly, the story of Katie, who's an Irish traveler woman who lost a child that was born prematurely. All of these stories reveal the dismissal of being turned away from reproductive health services, where women's embodied knowledge of what they know is considered irrelevant to whatever the healthcare provider sees. And it has life-altering consequences for the women and for the families that are affected. I'll talk about Ira. So Ira was pregnant and she managed to deliver a baby, but after that, later she developed some pain in her breast. She went to her GP and said to him that she was feeling some kind of way, there was pain for her. She was examined and told that actually she's fine, she must just go home, which she did the first time, but the pain continued. She came back the next time and they said to her, look, your age, in Ireland, the breast screening service is offered for women between the ages of 50 and 69. So she was younger than that, so they said to her, you're not the right age to be having breast cancer, basically, so we're not offering this service to you. at this point, Ira then was adamant that she was not leaving the GP's office. She was not going to go until she had had a screening done for her. Fortunately or unfortunately, they did then offer her the service and did discover that actually she did have signs of breast cancer that were caught early, and she was able to then obtain treatment. We learned from this that persistence and self-advocacy is what helped her to reclaim control over her own healthcare decisions. It is noteworthy that this works if you are a white person in Ireland. If you are a brown or black person and you insist on a service, you will be labeled as aggressive, and then your file will have a sticker on it to say that nobody should attend to you at all or give you a service. So these are some of the kind of problems of navigating the health service, and what autonomy or decision-making, how much is it really up to any woman to get the kind of service that they need? Thanks.
So I'm going to talk about Sandra. She's a Roma participant who participated in the focus groups. She was very young, she's 21. She experienced miscarriage after severe pain and was dismissed. Sandra's story highlights multiple barriers to autonomy. She went to the hospital and they told her she was fine to go home. A few hours later, she still was feeling unwell, she was bleeding, so she decided to go for a private consult. When she went for the private consult the next day, the doctor told her there that the fetus has died. So she went back to the hospital then, and they told her the same thing, that the fetus has died, but the fetus actually died it stopped growing the day that she went the first time to hospital. It took, for the hospital to give her the medications she needed to pass out the pregnancy, it took days. So she was in agony, she was in pain. This was her first attempt to get pregnant and have a healthy pregnancy, and she lost it, and she didn't have the support she needed from the hospital in Ireland. One of the barriers that she was facing was language barriers, but she was also facing support. She didn't have any supports from the hospital, like to give her aftercare. She was considered very young, so she wasn't put up for any other aftercare services because they said, you're young, you'll have children, it's okay. The next story we're going to talk about is Katie. Katie is an Irish traveler, and one of the quotes that she used when she was interviewed was, "I didn't understand what was happening to me." She went into premature labor at 6 months. She went to the hospital and she was telling them that she was feeling pains, but she was dismissed. She was told, no, you'll be okay, you're not giving birth now, you'll have time. After being dismissed, she went home, and then the pain got worse. So she went back to the hospital. By the time she got to the hospital, she was already 5 centimeters dilated. So in the next 3 hours, she gave birth. Pain relief requests, they were ignored. When the baby was born, they used a forceps to take out the baby, so he was very blue, and she expressed her concerns that the baby doesn't look right. She just had that maternal feeling that something was wrong. But the midwife said everything was okay, don't worry, in the next 24 hours, the baby's color will come back to normal. So next morning, when the doctor came around for the normal checks that they do, they noticed that the baby didn't have enough oxygen. So there was something really wrong with the baby, wasn't receiving enough oxygen. The baby got admitted to NICU, and later was transferred directly to Dublin Hospital for an operation on heart surgery. Unfortunately, the baby died at 10 months at home. It wasn't successful. But the parents, Katie and her husband, felt very informed about her baby's condition. She wasn't given any prognosis. Her worries were always dismissed. Lack of communication and dismissal of concerns deeply affected Katie's experience of care and loss. What these stories tell us is the common barriers that ethnic minority women face in Ireland are being dismissed or minimized, delayed diagnosis and treatment, communication and language barriers, lack of informed consent and clear explanations, fear, distress, and loss of trust. What has supported autonomy? Persistence and self-advocacy, support workers and trusted relationship, access to information, being listened to and believed.
The new experience for me to prepare as a new mom without my family, they were supportive, even always reminding me that I'm not alone. The staff were very kind and supportive. From the focus groups we've had so far, we have interviewed women from all different ethnic minority groups. We have also interviewed doctors. And one similarity that came out was that even though some women are very highly educated, like they're medical doctors, they're still facing the same dismissal and the same concerns that other women have that are not as educated. Because one of the things we always think about is maybe we're not educated enough to ask the right questions, to express our worries. We're not being taken seriously. Sure, we should be glad we're here. We're getting more attention here than we would probably in our own countries. But the case is that it's similar for all the communities involved. No matter how educated you are still very dismissed when it comes to reproductive health. That's all for today. Thank you very much. Hope if there's any questions
Thank you very much. And Chipon Hapa was so concise and clear that it gives us a little bit more time for the discussion. I would like to welcome all the speakers to the stage and take seats and microphones, and we can engage further with audience, maybe answer. So I hope the mics are working. It's one, yes? Or two, okay, it's one microphone. And now? Yes. Now you do. Yes? All right, I was looking, I will kickstart with first question probably. I was looking for common denominator also before for your talks, and it also what surfaced in your presentations very much is this bodily knowledge and bodily experience by women, especially encountering medical care, and like also in relation to the reproduction, childbearing, and often also childcare. It's connected with the feelings of isolation and anonymity, like encountering these medical systems. And of course, I cannot really ask you for these recipes or providing solutions to this, but what probably in relation to your experience and research, what are the coping mechanisms or mechanisms for overcoming this feeling of isolation, or how we can break through this barrier of not talking about this traumatic bodily experience in social, medical, traditional contexts, and so on. Do you maybe have some ideas?
I'm not sure if I'm answering your question, but like in the Roma community, because I'm part of the Roma community, it's still a very taboo thing, to talk about miscarriages. They're not taking us seriously. But I think something that is working is that we have support workers who are working as healthcare advocates for the Roma community. We have in Ireland something like that work for healthcare, and they support these women. They try to support the women, because they are educated, they understand that miscarriages are something real, they are a loss, and that's what we do there. There isn't an actual resolution, but.
Thank you very much.
I think in the individual cases, it's also a bit about finding the right literature to read and actually feel heard by books that you can get access to. I have had to order all of the books about this topic online because I haven't been able to actually find them translated in Latvian, and then I'm thinking about how limiting it is actually still in 2026 to get hands on this type of information that's helpful emotionally and physically.
Yes, but also, Camilla, in relation to Lima, I wanted to ask, is there something like some social platforms or so which one can approach, or it's really somehow so far unapproachable socially topic?
Yeah, it's interesting because when I I'm the only person that I know from all my friends who haven't had miscarriage. So it's actually a topic that's like very, like happening constantly all around me. And there is only this, what Laima saw, it's talking about the rituals when you actually do lose a fetus, a baby, like a premature baby and so on. There is this one community that kind of has also kind of a graveyard that you can go and feel the loss. So it's this symbolic approach. And that's the only thing that she found in Latvia. I can't remember the name now, but yeah, there is this, I will think about it. Yeah, so that was the only kind
Yes,
of
because
support.
as you mentioned, it's astonishing how many women go through this experience and how little discussed topic it is actually, like much less related to any other women health issues, as I imagine.
Exactly, and my other friend, she's actually a doctor herself, and she also had many miscarriages, and then she said that when it comes to which week that you are even asked at the hospital, would you like to have a funeral for this? But like also like when this week kind of happens, like when you haven't, because of course if you're 7 weeks, right, pregnant, you are not that attached.
Right. And Augusta, for you probably it's more academically framed presentation, so again the epistemic violence or the anonymity of the subject and epistemology, how do you approach it as a researcher and how you can counter it or challenge it in your own practice probably?
I'm not, if it might be easily challenged, then we wouldn't have a lot of other problems, as I think. But I think that in Lithuania, for example, talking about the miscarriages and so on, we kind of have a very we have the Facebook group for everything. Like I think in Lithuania, and then there is a lot of the immigrants, emigrants, and so on, but in Lithuanian language and everything like that. And that's also, I think, interesting and connects with another my discussions that like we are starting to reflect our perspectives, but in a very mediated way of having some group then talking about that, sometimes not fully anonymously, sometimes fully anonymously, and then going like around. If we'll have this miscarriage, that a lot of my friends and so on, they are not discussing this, for example, with their moms, because the discussion that it's much more, you are easier intimate in some kind of Instagram story than what is around. And I think about this epistemic knowledge is that we kind of want to grasp it, we kind of want to own it, but still it's a very intimate questions, and you are trying to find the ways not to express it with your name and in your classroom or in something else, because it also have a lot of consequences. Yeah.
Thank you. And I would like to open, you want to contribute?
I will just add as well that I think I have also, when it comes to social media, that's what you see, what also Laima is reflecting on in the essay, that when you are not failing, when you achieve the baby, then you open up that you had miscarriages. So in a way of like showing that, oh, now I can share it because the curse is over, so to speak. And that's like something very phenomenal that many women, does.
Yeah, so there's stigmatization still at play, of course, in these the ways we approach publicly these topics. And I would like to open up to the audience and encourage questions. Yeah, please.
Oh, well, thank you so much. Oh, is it on? Can you hear me? Yeah? Okay. Well, thank you so much for these amazing presentations. And I think what really struck me, how all of them somehow speak to this, like these crazy structural violence and medical misogyny in a way. And like sort of regarding the essay you read, I think it's also so interesting how you know, if you are not supposed to tell, then you also cannot share your grief. And this is like really for people who are miscarrying, then if they didn't tell anyone before, then also your grief is not acknowledged. And I think that's also like very misogynist in a way. And regarding your presentation, Emma and Tatiana, I was wondering if you are familiar with the work by Dana Ian Davis. So she works on the US and has done a lot of work on like intersectional approaches to these kinds of issues. And she gave a really interesting example about Vanessa Williams. You probably know her, the tennis player. And she showed, because Vanessa Williams almost died during birth because, again, her story was not taken seriously. And interestingly, she is very rich, she is very well known, she's a VIP, but she's black. And she, like, with that example, she could show really well, like, how, you know, on the one hand, the responsibility is always put on the individual person, whereas in fact, it is so much about structural problems, and it's about, you know, these like intersectional sort of forms of discrimination where different things come together. And as you mentioned too, like if that would have been a like a black person in this particular situation, then that person would even get the sticker on the file. And I was just wondering if you're familiar with her work, and if not, maybe it would be interesting for you to look at it, because she describes this so well, and she's been doing work on this for a really long time. And I think there's like still so much need for this work. So your project is amazing because you have these many different groups involved. So it's probably really like a good, you know, very good example where you can show how these things come together. So thanks so much for sharing.
Can I just add to this, because I also had a student, and thank you so much, but I also had a student. So excited. Yeah, I just got too excited. I had a student who worked on Polish migrant in Ireland, and they thought that all this gynecological, you know, obstetric you know, service in Ireland was just so bad that these women who were usual like migrants, but for like privileged migrants, would, you know, fly almost 4 hours to Poland to see a private doctor in Warsaw and come back because they thought it was just too bad there. And then you know, Poland also has like a terrible. Everybody thinks it's terrible, the healthcare generally. So I guess it's a like really broad space. So I'm really congrats on this research.
This is something that has come up in our study, like from the focus groups we have done, that we're currently working with 4 migrant communities, and all the women that are participants said that they have traveled back to their own country to access gynecology services, because in Ireland it's such a long process. Like even if you're referred to pregnancy loss or anything, it's a very long process. By the time you get blood tests done, and then 6 months later you get the results, and then you have to go back again, you know, you'll end up being 40 by the time you're finished with all the tests done. But yes, it's a waiting time. It's a waiting time. Even if you go privately, you still have to wait. Like you still have to get a referral from your GP, and the waiting time is still there. Like I'm not sure if it's as much, but it's still there. Yeah.
I just want to add that Ireland has an interesting public health system, the way that it's designed. And on the one hand, it looks, well, it's definitely impressive when it's described what it can do. But the reality is that they have a system of, you cannot access any other service until you have actually had a referral from your GP. But for the GP, it is basically your life is in the hands of your GP. So if you go to your GP and you talk about whether it's obstetric pain, breast pain, whatever pain that you're having, without that GP's believing that that is a problem or agreeing with you that it's an issue, your story ends there. So if the GP believes you and says you do need to see an obstetrician or a gynecologist or anything, any other form of help, specialized care that you need, then you can access it. which is not the case, I think, in some other countries. Certainly in Zimbabwe, you can rock up to a specialist office and say, this is my situation, and they will have a look at you, and you can have the treatment process started much faster.
Thank you. I will ask if anyone else has a question or comment. Yeah.
Hi, thank you. Thank you for all the presentations. I have two questions, if I can, like a short one to the last, I'm sorry, I don't remember the names, but the last paper. I would be curious to hear about the second part of methodology, because you didn't talk about this art, usage of art and how you worked with it. And second, maybe to all, because especially in the first presentation, I was thinking, you know, like when you talked about this delaying of the announcement of pregnancy, and I was wondering, because like in the last year, in my personal life, I had like two close women to me, that one of them announced pregnancy and one announced miscarriage to me, and I found myself, although I study the reproduction, you know, and it's not been the first time that my friend announces the pregnancy to me, I always find myself puzzled, how should I react? You know, what should be my first response that is just within this like knowing of the structural violence, but also because I have to say, like what I did, like first I asked her if it's good for her, and then I congratulated her. You know, and then I was thinking also what determines a success, and what kind of how do we reproduce certain things, or how do we undo them? So I wonder, how would you say, from the perspective, or your perspective, like would be the maybe not ideal, but the recommended practice or a way of entering or joining this experience at the moment that you are brought into that?
So the arts-based phase hasn't started. We've just submitted our application to ethics. The form that it is going to take, as far as we know, I'll just make a note that our research has been riddled with, we make plans and then we throw the plans out the window and then have to work with the real people and find out that actually this doesn't work for Roma people, this doesn't work for traveler women. So it's been iterative in that sense, and I think that's the co-design model that we were going for, to say what works for these communities. What we have on paper, and if we see us after we've done it, I may be talking about something different, but what we have now is that we'll do a body mapping session with all the women, and then there's going to be a songwriting session. That's the plan, in inverted commas, and we'll let you know how it goes.
The body mapping was discussed because it was something that doesn't need language. The barrier of language won't be there, so women can express their feelings on paper. They don't need to talk to someone else to do whatever, and you can do it in many ways. You don't need to do it with paint. You can do it with a pen. You can put feathers on. You can cut things out and put them on to be able to express yourself. And then the songwriting, like the body mapping, we're going to do individually for each community, and then the songwriting we're going to do together. So we're going to be able to pick out participants that have better language skills, English language skills, and try and do something together to see what comes out from there. But these will be participants that also participated in the first phase of the research, and just to be able to see if using the arts-based method can bring something more to the study.
Very hard question, actually. I don't have an answer, but I hear what you're saying, and I think that's actually the most helpful thing to ask the other person. What is that you need? Is this a happy moment for you, or is this something that you are grieving? Because also many women who have miscarried before and then get pregnant, they also grieve the previous children through this pregnancy. So it's also not necessarily pregnancy equals happiness. So I think it's a very complex set of emotions that's involved. And I had exactly the same experience, actually. When I knew that I'm pregnant, my other friend miscarried at the same time. We had kind of the same time, and I was holding myself back to even telling her, because I was also just not wanting her, like I wanted her to have space to feel the grief and not like over, so I think it's like giving the space, and if the person doesn't want to talk about it, it's also okay. That's for me has been the hardest, when people actually don't want to talk about it, and you think that you should, but not always. Yeah.
I'd just like to give you a comment on that. Just as someone who has experienced miscarriage in the past, if I come up to you and tell you that I've miscarried, that means that I came to you for the support that I needed. And I think just the acknowledgement from your part that it's okay to feel whatever I'm feeling and just be there. You don't necessarily have to say something, but if that person opened up to you, it means that they needed someone to say something to someone to make them feel better, you know, to be able to share it, because once it's shared, like anything else, you know, just a problem shared is a problem halved, kind of that way, you know, I think.
Last thing, sorry, I know we're over time, but I think as human beings, we do tend to feel the pressure to want to fix. And I think when someone tells you something, whether it's about a miscarriage or any other challenge that someone is having, so I would just encourage us to learn what it is to hold space for someone. And sometimes, like when I lost my son, my friend just came, she just held my hand and didn't talk, sat there for an hour, and then she left. And I was like, that was amazing. So I think it will take different forms for different people, but I think the important thing is internally, if we can tell ourselves that we are not here to fix, we are here to be just next to this person, and sometimes they will want to talk, sometimes they won't, but to be there is just as valuable as having words to say. And I think you did the right thing by asking questions as well. I think that's very good.
I have to go to the train, you know. So I'm joking. I think that what we need is that there is no protocols. There is no right or wrong and everything, because you you also have to think about yourself. How are you feeling in that moment? And I think that we should think that there is no right questions and also no wrong questions in a way, because it's happening, the talk, the conversation, and so on, and as also having a lot of different experiences. And just another one thing that it's interesting that you said that it's silence, because what in Lithuania is I know how it's in another system, that every time when you are pregnant you have to say your previous all pregnancies with all the data, and you are sitting here, the first miscarriage, la la la, second miscarriage, la 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 la, the birth, then give the result, la la, and then you're talking, especially if it's a third or fourth, and so you have to relive and relive and relive this moment. So you also learn to in a way. So just short question.
I think it's also very interesting aspect of this panel that we are talking about the emotional space, emotional sharing and experiences, bodily experiences. It's also about relationship with this system, which actually makes us scared and which is not explaining a lot, and which we are becoming subjects to, I think, which is also one part of the complications. So maybe one or two last questions, if we still have some. And Anna?
My question is to Chipo and Emma. You mentioned these support workers. Could you speak a little bit more about them? You know, how they trained, how they picked, you know, how they enter certain social circles. So I think it's, yeah, I would like to hear a bit more about
Unfortunately,
that.
there is no training. They're picked because they speak the language, sometimes. Now, there's a national strategy in Ireland for Irish travelers and for Roma, and part of that strategy is that there is health care advocates for the Roma community. This helps the community access information and healthcare providers, like getting doctors, medical cards, and supporting them to be able to access healthcare services. There is no kind of definition of how they're chosen. It's kind of tick a box, HSE is something that they have to do. They put out the post, and then whoever applies and speaks both Roma, because we are from the Roma community, so whoever speaks Roma, English, and if they speak Romanian as well, it's a bonus. So, because the Roma community come from all different parts of Eastern Europe, not just Romania. But yeah, there is no protocols. But they do get training sometimes. Depends who your employer is, because they're employed under different kind of umbrellas. So at the moment where I work, there is a Roma health advocate, and she is employed through a youth and community kind of umbrella organization, NGO, and they do offer supports and getting trainings done and all that. But that's
May I ask an additional question? I'm just wondering, we've had talks, but only talks from time to time here in Latvia about these nurses or something like that would assist before and after the birth, but only for those women who come from, quote unquote lower socioeconomic, statuses. And I think there's, at least for me, there would be always a fear whether that comes also with some sort of control and moralizations, right? So these support workers, in this case, do you think there's also some agenda, not maybe from them particularly, but from the system, that there is this controlling aspect as well involved, or is this really altruistic that we want to reach these women?
Like the controlling aspect, would that be from the state or from?
Yeah.
I think for the state is that they need to show that they're doing something to support the communities in Ireland. Like the Roma community is a huge community in Ireland, and there's always issues, healthcare problems, and the national strategy is a must. They have to do something to try and show that they're supporting the community to be able to access. I don't necessarily think it's kind of a control thing. I think it's more kind of a feel safe thing for the state, to say, we're doing something. It's not our fault. We've tried everything we can. Because if it wasn't like that, then things like in the national strategy, there is points where the healthcare workers have to do, but on paper, everything looks great, everything, all the strategies look great. But in reality, it's not a possibility. They're not giving the healthcare workers the necessary tools to be able to provide the information that the Roma community need, or the support that the Roma community need in Ireland. I'm specifically talking about Roma because that's the information I have that I'm more informed on. For example, the healthcare provider, the healthcare advocates, they are not allowed to attend doctor appointments with any Roma person. They're not allowed to translate for any Roma person at the doctors or at the hospitals. But that's something that it's missing, Within the national strategy, there is also hospital and GPs can avail of translators for free for the Roma community. They don't, because it's time consuming. Appointments don't always take as long as they're programmed to take. So if the interpreter is booked for 2 o'clock, and the appointment is at 2:10, they don't have timely manner. So on paperwork, everything looks great, but in reality, there is loads of things that can still be done. And then at the end of the day, it comes back to whoever is in the post, how much they're willing to go the extra mile for the community they're working for.
In some sense, it really reminds me of work by anthropologist Lisa Stevenson. She has a tremendous book called Life Beside Itself, where she traces tuberculosis crisis among native populations in northern Canada back in 50s, and then contemporary crisis of suicide crisis among young people, also among native communities. And there was something similar. So there was this, pretense of care that the state pretended to, they cared about, people from native communities who have tuberculosis. So because they cared and they had to show that we're not abandoning these people, so they basically took all the people who were sick with tuberculosis from the communities and transferred them to the inland, to the hospitals, you know, with numbers, and so they were counted. And they counted statistically, you know, how many people we have saved, and some of them died on the ship, some of them died, you know, in inland hospitals, always, and they stayed taken out of their communities, and they never returned, and it died. No, and anyways, and then she connects it to the suicide epidemic, because these are next generations, you know, whose ancestors were taken away from them. But it just kind of resonated to me because it's not malicious per se, but they're also not treated as individual human beings. It's just this vulnerable, you know, peripheral population that we're supposed to take care of and care about, so we're doing that. But individualities are lost, and only numbers, you know, are kept. You know, oh, we saved that many people, oh, that many died, but we tried.
Yeah.
All right.
I think there is that. Sorry. I was going to say that the vaccination, the COVID vaccine, was a good example of what you're describing, that there was broken trust between the health service and the so-called difficult to reach communities in Ireland. And so the peer support workers were an intervention to try and bridge the gap, but there was no real interest in trust rebuilding or in engaging with the communities. They just wanted someone who looked like them to go and tell them to get the vaccine.
Thank you for this.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank the presenters for wonderful presentations and also a very rich discussion. Many thanks to the audience. The program says something very acribic, closing time until until 3:30, and at 3:30 you'll have on the third floor of the museum question or what? Oh, all right, closing time, fine. We're taking already, like, building a queue for closing time, and like at 3:30 you have this exclusive experience to witness the exhibition in the making, because it's still not really finished, but like we are installing it, and please come over and have a preview of our exhibition. Thank you very much.
It really is a closing time. It's a very short one. So yes, we are meeting 3:30 here downstairs where the coffee is, and we're going to go upstairs together. Thank you all for being here. Thank you, Agnieszka, Annika. Thank you, all the wonderful presenters who traveled, and also those who were online with us. One practical thing: when you leave, please leave the name tags on the table. We're going to reuse them, hopefully, right? And I also want to thank my museum colleagues who were tremendous help throughout these 2 days and who helped make this happen. Yeah, let's have some last coffee and water, and let's meet like in 12 minutes downstairs. We're going to go upstairs to see, as my colleague said, in the making exhibition. Thank you. And my former colleague wants to say a few words, as I see.
I want to thank you, Anna, very much, because... So this is for you, from the streets of Riga. And really, she brought us together. That's Anna who did it. And I was her boss, actually, 1 year ago, and we were on the train to work together when I told her we should apply EVZ. They have a new call. We should apply. We need a project. And we thought, okay, what exhibition? Of course, because exhibitions nowadays are so expensive, so you need a lot of money. But then she said, but then something else, maybe a symposium. I said, of course, yeah. And that was only
all what I just said yes, and she did the rest. So, thank you for 2 wonderful days and bringing us all together, and we become a small community, I think, because nice to see you guys.